Rules Committee come to order, and thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and get started. I know that we have a lot of business before the Rules Committee, and I note that at least one person is appearing to be forthright in their support of Ohio State today, Mr. Stivers. For everybody? Then we will assume the gentleman is welcome to do. Mr. Judge Hastings wants to make sure he gets whatever you're handing out there. Today, the Rules Committee will consider three important bills, and I'd like to begin by addressing the last of these three bills, H.R. 240, the Department of Homeland Security's Appropriations Act. H.R. 240 will provide for $39.7 billion in discretionary funding for the current year fiscal year for the Department of Homeland Security. The bill reflects a commitment to defeating terrorism, putting our homeland in better position, protecting it, and the men and women who do that every day for the United States of America, responding to national disasters, and perhaps more importantly, making sure we take care of the salaries of the men and women whose lives are dedicated to keeping our nation safe and who every day are in cold and lonely and probably dangerous places across the border, across our ports, northern and southern ports, and our borders. In addition, amendments to this committee address the President's executive amnesty and provide us with the opportunity to hold him accountable for his actions. In December, I worked closely with my Republican colleagues to ensure that the United States House of Representatives would position itself to fight strategically against the President's executive actions. That time has now come. Today is the day, just as we had promised in the middle of December. The House of Representatives will not stand idly by as any president ignores the requirements of the Constitution. It is the role of Congress to write the laws that govern our nation, and it is the President's job to faithfully execute those laws, not to make them up as we go along. It is both inappropriate and unconstitutional for the President to ignore this requirement. Further, the President's executive actions are unlawful, unwise, and unconstitutional, and through these amendments, the House will demonstrate that it takes the constitutional role that we have very seriously. Our immigration policies must uphold the rule of law and our nation's sovereignty, and the work being done by members who have brought their ideas to the committee will reflect these priorities, and I appreciate so much work that has been put in on this issue. Next, H.R. 37. It's a common-sense package of bills that reduces unnecessary regulations and makes it easier for business to create better-paying jobs. Finally, H.R. 185 provides regulatory reform to businesses and innovators so that they can spend less time and money on red tape and more time and money on things that matter, like growing their companies, expanding their operations, and hiring new workers. The hearings will go in the following order. First, we'll hear from the Financial Services Committee, Chairman Garrett and Ms. Waters, the ranking member, on H.R. 37. Then we'll hear from Chairman Goodlatte or Congressman Marino. I'm not sure exactly who's going to show on H.R. 185, and then we'll close our testimony from Judge Carter on H.R. 240. So I want to thank everybody for their testimony today. Also, without objection, the committee will hear testimony from Judge Carter of Texas and Ms. Waters of California at the appropriate time, and we appreciate them taking time to be here. Without objection, anything that either of you have in writing will be entered in the record. I defer to the gentleman, the ranking member, for any opening comments he may have. The gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very, very brief. On H.R. 37 and H.R. 185, my understanding is the administration has issued veto threats. So we'll go through this exercise, and it'll go where it usually goes, probably nowhere. And on the issue of the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act, I mean, I give Chairman Rogers and the Ranking Member Lowy a lot of credit for negotiating a bipartisan agreement. But given all the terror threats around the world, given all the instability in the world, the fact that the leadership of this House would hold that bill hostage to immigration politics, to me, represents an all-time high in recklessness and stupidity. I can't believe we're doing this. I would recommend that we just bring a clean bill to the floor, approve it, and then have these political battles, you know, in another form, but not playing around with the funding for the Department of Homeland Security. So, having said that, I look forward to the testimony of those who are here, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Appreciate the feedback from the gentleman from Massachusetts. We now have two important guests before us today. Mr. Garrett, we want to welcome you. Ms. Waters, as always, you know this. We're delighted that you're here with us today. Your testimony is very important to this committee. Your opportunity to be here is really something that we value very much. Mr. Garrett, I met with you a few minutes ago in my office and talked with you about how important this package of bills are that have passed the House of Representatives with vast majorities of people who, on a Republican and Democrat basis, who have indicated their support for this. We're trying to become efficient in getting things done that have been stalled in the United States Senate. We're delighted that you're here. The gentleman's recognized.
So let me begin by thanking the Chairman. Thank you for your hospitality, and thank you for you and all the members of the committee for all the hard work and late nights that you all put in here. Also, thank you for the extending of hospitality for Mr. Stivers, too. I'll take you up on that when we're all done. The refreshments. Thank you. And in light of all your late nights, I will be brief on this. Also, I thank the Chair for bringing up the bill that's before us right now, which is H.R. 37, which is the Promoting Job Creation and Reducing Small Business Burdens Act. Doing so under rule ensures this goes through swift passages. So now I will keep even briefer now that I see there's a reward at the end of my comments. Last Congress, Chairman Hensarling, the Financial Services Committee, myself and my colleagues on the Capital Markets Committee decided to try to prioritize examining our federal security laws to identify areas where we can make some basically minor changes, if you will, into the law. Additionally, we sought to free up valuable resources for many of our nation's small businesses so that they can better grow their economies and create jobs in this country. How do we do that? After 7 separate hearings and more than 24 expert witnesses, the committee developed and passed a long list of legislative proposals that help our small business and business community. Many of these pieces of legislation, as you said, Mr. Chairman, have broad bipartisan support. The legislation before us today, H.R. 37, embodies many of the most bipartisan pieces of the proposals that we have developed. Each one of these titles received significant, if not unanimous, support at the committee level. Also, each one of these titles already passed the full House of Representatives in a bipartisan way as either both standalone bills and as part of broader packages as well. Now, you may hear some revisionist history by some of our colleagues, and let me make the facts clear. These provisions have all been extensively vetted. They enjoy, I say, bipartisan support, and they will reduce regulatory burdens on small businesses and community bank. Now, as much as I wish we were here today to do otherwise, this is not a dismantling or unwinding of one of the most significant barriers to economic recovery and job creation, the Dodd-Frank Act. It is not that. We'll spend a lot of time this Congress, like last, talking about Dodd-Frank's destructive impact on the competition in the marketplaces, its fixation of codification of too big to fail, and also of repairing its overall ineffectiveness in instructing a common sense and balanced regulatory regime for our financial markets. So, Mr. Chairman, this bill does not attempt to address those problems at all. What it does do is to target and streamline a number of one-offs areas of financial markets that the subcommittee has identified that can be easily fixed, and fixed, as I said, and I can give you the numbers, in a very, very bipartisan manner. So with that, I encourage your support, and I guess I will just use 10 seconds to go to Mr. McGovern's comment. I share your concern with regard to the President issuing a threat of a veto. It's always my hope that this Congress should act and let our voice be heard, and it has been heard in the past in a very bipartisan manner. And we would hope that the President would hear that and be willing after this, if it once again passes the House in a strong bipartisan manner, that he would be willing to extend a hand to work with us on passage in all or some of this legislation. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony and your always, Mr. Garrett, your view of time and efficiency. I want to welcome Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters, delighted you're here. I know she didn't take the bait on the Ohio State cookie yet. Not tonight. Okay. Well, Mr. Stivers, I'm sure will understand that. You just have better taste. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Slaughter and committee members for allowing me to speak today on H.R. 37, a hastily compiled package that makes nearly a dozen complex legal changes to the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform Act with little understanding of the ramifications. Mr. Chairman, following last week's unsuccessful attempt to slip this measure through the House with no opportunity for debate or amendment, I'm hopeful this episode has made clear that such substantive bills should be brought up only after being given an opportunity to robustly debate them. That's why I'm still disappointed that this legislation is being rushed to the House floor during the second week of session without a hearing or a markup in the Financial Services Committee. Our committee has 9 members who have not had the opportunity to carefully consider this package and determine its impacts. In fact, Mr. Chairman, our committee hasn't even had its first organizing meeting, and we're rushing this package, which will directly benefit some of the wealthiest banks and corporations in America, to the House floor without the opportunity to hear expert testimony or offer amendments. Since this bill has bypassed this important committee process, I surely and sincerely hope there will be an open rule where all germane amendments are debated and allowed a vote. In fact, members have submitted about a dozen amendments to this package. That's because it contains a number of bad provisions, including some not previously considered by this House. For example, it contains a provision that restricts the amount of information that a private company must provide to an employee that receives compensation in the form of stock, which hurts our nation's workers. By denying employees the right to understand how much their compensation is worth and the risk associated with that compensation, this provision may be downright harmful to these employee investors. But the most alarming and substantive change is substantial change is additional relief for a particular type of risky financial instrument from the Volcker Rule, a cornerstone of Dodd-Frank. During the last Congress, the House pushed relief for holders of so-called collateralized loan obligations, referred to as CLOs, until 2017. After that vote, the Federal Reserve did exactly what the Republicans wanted. It grandfathered existing CLOs so that the Volcker Rule's provisions wouldn't apply until 2017, a delay which amounted to 3 years of relief. Though Republicans and big banks got what they wanted, they are greedily asking for more in this bill, which will provide another 2 years of relief for the biggest banks by delaying Volcker's implementation to 2019, nearly a decade after Dodd-Frank was enacted. Mr. Chairman, the Volcker Rule's purpose is simple. Banks insured by taxpayer dollars can no longer engage in proprietary trading or investments in risky vehicles like hedge funds. Volcker is even more important following last December's Republican effort to ram through a repeal of the so-called swaps push-out rule by attaching it to a must-pass spending vehicle in the dead of night. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are hoping that they can just keep delaying the implementation of Wall Street reform, assuming the public has forgotten just how bad the financial crisis was. And by continuously asking for more, they have undermined any of the good faith that existed to smooth the transition under Dodd-Frank. If that wasn't enough, H.R. 185 harms consumers and hands a big win to Wall Street by placing significant administrative hurdles on our federal regulatory agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and many others. The bill requires them to conduct onerous cost-benefit analysis skewed in favor of special interests like big Wall Street banks. Not only would these provisions limit the independence of our Wall Street sheriffs, it would also tie up their already insufficient resources and put them at even greater risk of litigation for every action they take. For example, this year, the CFPB will issue rules on everything from payday lending and student loans to debt collection. If passed, this bill will jeopardize those consumer protections, leaving service members, veterans, and students vulnerable while bad actors tie the CFPB up in court for years. And it comes at a time when House Republicans want to hold funding for our financial regulators flat, despite new responsibilities and even more complex financial system. With our economy still recovering from the $14 trillion financial crisis, we cannot afford to destroy crucial reforms and hamstring our financial regulators under the guise of so-called job creation. So I thank you for allowing me to speak before you today, Mr. Chairman. I understand there are a number of members who wish to offer amendments, and I would ask that all of these amendments be made in order. Thank you very much.
Ms. Waters, thank you very much. Mr. Garrett, there's been looks like a conflict of what we're really doing here today. We're trying to rush this bill to the floor. We're trying to go in and make things better for special interest. We're trying to do a whole lot of things that really sound very negative, and yet all of these provisions have been heard, lots of hearings, been on the floor, and we previously passed these. Can you shed some light on? Gentlemen, hold just a second. Gentleman, want me to say recognition? Gentleman wants to recognize.
It failed on the floor, isn't that right?
Well, I'll answer the question. In fact, it just didn't receive two-thirds.
It didn't pass, so
Well,
that's why we're here.
It met the,
That doesn't mean everybody's learned to love it.
as you know, the threshold's a little bit
I do
different
know
on
that,
suspension.
yes,
I know
indeed, and
you
you've
do.
got the votes, we know that.
There you go.
So
That's why
take
we're
all the
here.
rope you need.
Well, we'll just
Okay.
keep doing that. Thank you
All
very
right.
much. On yields back time. Gentleman's recognized.
So the ranking member raised some concerns that she has and others have raised. Let's see what the record states. One of them was dealing with, as she alluded to, as far as additional information and what information should be available. That was actually one of my bills that was on the floor. That was a bill that simply says going forward to try to streamline the process and security disclosure information, you should have a summary page on the very first of the documents that would sort of make it easier to find the information. That bill actually passed. It passed the House by voice vote. Another point that she raises with regard to the Volcker rule, I assume she's alluding to one of the anti-bar bills, formerly H.R.185, amends the Bank Holding Act to provide banks with CLOs and opportunities to address the issues that she was raising there. That was brought to the floor as well, and it actually passed. It passed the House by a voice vote. And I can run down the list. There was a total of 11 separate bills that came before that are in part of this package. The first one was formerly H.634. This bill passed the House 411 to 12. Second bill was 5471. That came before the House as well. It passed by voice vote. Next bill came and passed the House by 417 to 4. The next bill was by Brian Higgins and Bill Huizinga. That passed the House 422 to 0. And another one, the Swaps Depository Clearinghouse Indemnification Act. Patrick Maloney and Rick Crawford were the sponsors. Passed the House 420 to 2. And out of committee, a John Delaney bill and Steve Fincher bill passed the committee 56 to 0. And I can continue to run down. They passed almost unanimously in each case, but as the chairman said before, the bills then went over to the Senate, and as I often say, the Senate is where all good bills go to die, even if they pass overwhelmingly in support here in the House. And so we're just beginning to New Year saying, let's take these bills that passed overwhelmingly, 411 to 12, voice vote 417 to 4, 422 to 0, and let's have the Senate maybe take them up again and see what they do with them, and hopefully pass them on to the White House.
Well, that was exactly what I would have said. In preparations for this hearing, we did understand it was a bipartisan agreement, not just to do these bills, but repeatedly on the floor. If I could, I'd like to back up just for a second. I see Mr. Sherman has arrived, who intended to be the other person who wished to speak on the bill. I know Mr. Sherman, as a good friend of mine, has expressed to our staff, please hurry also. So I understand you're under some time constraint. Could I have you come join us up at the table, Mr. Sherman, rather than going through on a separate panel? We'd like to include you. I know I had already gone to open questions the first person, but I'd like to defer to you now to give your statement, and obviously...
Can I ask Mr. Sherman to please take these away from me, because I think I'll finish them before the...
Well,
My goal is to become a heavyweight on Capitol Hill, and these will help.
Mr. Sherman, with that... Without objection, anything you have in writing will be into the record. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Garrett went through the list. Oh, I have an amendment at the desk. It is a short amendment.
Thanks, sir.
It says strike Title VIII. Mr. Garrett went through the list, and he told you that every one of these bills had either passed the House or had passed the committee overwhelmingly. Now, Title XI passed in our committee only 36 to 23. You may want to take another look at that, but at least it was discussed at committee. Now let's zero in on Title VIII. Never discussed at the committee. No hearing at the subcommittee. No hearing at the full committee. Never marked up at the subcommittee. Never marked up at the full committee. Snuck in among 10 other provisions that had received either House approval or committee approval. There it is. Snuck in. Is that the way we're supposed to do business in this House? Now, I don't know whether Title VIII is good national policy or bad national policy. I'd like to have hearings. I'd like to have a markup. I'd like to consider it. But what does it do? It extends till 2019 an exception from the Volcker Rule. I don't have to tell you that the Volcker Rule is a very important part of Dodd-Frank. Not only, though, does it extend the deadline till 2019, but it takes some of the deadline that hasn't been extended, that the regulators had already extended it for 3 years, so this extends it 2 more. But as to another group of collateralized loan obligations, the regulators haven't extended it at all, and this extends it for 5 years. So this is a 2 or a 5-year extension on when banks have got to comply with the Volcker Rule with regard to collateralized loan obligations and some other similar instruments. Might be great policy. Might be spectacular policy. How are you supposed to know? How are we supposed to know? How is the House supposed to know? The House never considered this. The committee never considered it. At least if you believe in this process, give us a chance to strike Title VIII on the floor. And then you can come up and tell us, as the gentleman from New Jersey has, that this is a collection of 10 bills that have received committee attention and support. In one case, rather not overwhelming support, and the rest overwhelming support, or have been passed by the House. Otherwise, don't allow us to be forced to vote on 10 provisions that have been considered by the committee or the House, and one little sneaky one that hasn't.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Mr. Garrett?
Gentleman from California actually has one of the better attendance rates of the committee, and I commend him on that. He may, and I can't say for sure whether he was there or not, either forgot or just was not there, but actually the committee did have hearings on CLOs. So that's part of the record.
The general...
Excuse me.
So to your point, saying that we've never had an issue, never had a hearing, never discussed it, that's factually incorrect. We actually have had that discussed. And before you came in, the ranking member raised this issue already, and I pointed out that the topic, that the legislation that grew out of that legislation actually passed committee, came to the floor, and passed the House by voice vote. So we've had hearings, and it's become to the floor before, and it passed by voice vote before. So that's what the record is on this. So there's been unanimous support. The problem, of course, Mr. Chairman, is not in the House, where we have bipartisan support on these job creation bills, specifically on CLO bills, which provides for $300 billion worth of financing for small and medium-sized businesses. We do not want to cut that off. We want small businesses to be able to have that availability of credit so they can grow and provide jobs. The problem often is in the other house, in the other chamber, in the Senate. If we just give them the opportunity, maybe they will pass it either by voice vote or large numbers like it has been in the House. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does the gentleman seek time?
Yes, I do.
The gentleman's recognized.
We voted on a bill to extend the deadline to 2017. Now, we're being told that's the same as extending the deadline to 2019. 2 years matters. The regulators have already extended most of this deadline for 3 years. The question is, does 2 years matter? And as to whether we had hearings on this, we did not discuss 2017 versus 2019 in depth in hearings. We never voted on whether the deadline should be 2017 or 2019 in committee. We never voted on the House whether the deadline should be 2017 or 2019. And 2 years on a matter of this importance certainly matters, and you can't go to the floor of the House and say, oh, we've already considered this. Especially here when the regulators, you may say, well, 5 years, 3 years, what's the difference? The regulators have already extended it for 3 years. So the question, the only question for legislation is those other 2 years. That's the question. We've never voted on that question. Not in committee, not on the floor. As to whether we've had hearings, our hearings are wide-ranging, and I'm sure somebody mentioned this as a possibility. But certainly there was no focus on July 21st, 2019 as being the deadline for extending this, and that's something that deserves committee attention.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleagues for being here today and the effort they've put into getting this bill passed, and I have no questions. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back time. Gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one. I'd like one of you to give me some idea of why you think the extension for 2 more years is appropriate and what you intend to do in that amount of time, other than kill Dodd-Frank.
I look forward to learning the answer to that at hearings.
At where?
When we actually take up...
When you have a hearing.
When we have a hearing and we have a markup. Maybe the date should be July 20th, 2019, or 2018, or 2017. We have never had a chance to offer amendments in the committee as to what the deadline should be.
Do you have any information from the regulators that they would like 2 more years beyond what they've given already?
So, yes, and as I say, it wasn't a one-off as far as the word CLO in our hearing. We had a hearing specifically on this topic, and it wasn't just a passing comment as far as the timing. The timing was specifically discussed in the hearing. The 2-year period to 2019 was 2017 with a 2-year extension to the regulator authority. So the 2019 was discussed in the hearing. Whether the gentleman from California remembers that, that was part of the record. That was discussed, and actually in the legislation allowed for that extension period of time. Why is this important to your main seminal question? Well, as I said before, we're talking about a $300 billion avenue of financing for small businesses. When the initial proposals came out, there was, and I have it here somewhat, I can find it in a moment, the impact upon the valuation of the CLOs was significant and dramatic, and that is why there was a reason, and the regulators agreed, that you needed to push back the period of time for them. In other words, if you all of a sudden say that something that you own can't be owned by you anymore, that you have to sell it right away, the value of that commodity will go down because the purchasers of it realize, well, we're in a fire sale situation, and that was exactly what occurred here with the CLOs. So we had a hearing on this, it was discussed, it was debated, we had evidence, we had witnesses who testified to that effect of what the impact would be, and that would be it.
Do you have any information, anything written from the regulators that they would like, did they request 2 more years?
The regulators were the ones who initially said that we could do it in a shorter period of time. The witnesses that we had here indicated that we needed to do it for the reasons I said, in a little bit longer period of time. And this is with the authority that under the bill that passed out of committee and passed the House would have done, and this is what the bill here before us will allow for.
But you don't, my question really was, do you have any any written material or anything
I have
from
nothing right here
regulators
before me now.
asking for
I don't
me
have,
to
a-
do
I don't
2
have any
more
other
years?
material.
You have
before me
nothing?
right
No,
here before me.
no communication with them
We
on,
have had communication.
on the 2-year extension, in addition to the
Yes.
3-year extension?
Yes. Yes, and that's what the original period of time in the legislation that he was talking about for. But at that time,
Did you all see it?
No.
As a matter of fact, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a request from our Republican colleagues to have a colloquy on the floor about this, and we refused to have it. There was an attempt to try and get a colloquy going that would somehow imply that while 2017 was the extension was being pushed, that 2019, from your point of view, would have been more acceptable, and we refused to engage in that at all.
Okay. Mr.
The gentleman from New Jersey talks about the importance of giving banks time to divest that which they already owned. But there's another sneaky word in this commitment, in this amendment. It says issued before, not purchased before, issued before January 31, 2014. As CRS in its sidebar issued on January 9th indicates, what that will mean is that a bank may purchase one of these offending instruments or instruments that you're not supposed to ultimately hold under the Volcker rule this year or next year, and then they don't have to divest themselves of it until 2019.
2019. I
So
see.
this is
Okay.
not just an extension by which you have to sell that which you happened to buy before we passed the bill or before January 31st, 2014. This amendment allows you to buy it now and hold it for 5 years.
All right, well, let me ask unanimous consent to put the administration's policy.
Without
statement
objection.
policy. And let me just read a bit from it. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act is helping to prevent the kinds of excessive financial risk-taking that caused the worst recession in more than 70 years, that left millions of Americans unemployed and resulted in trillions of dollars in lost wealth. These reforms help to protect the hardworking families in everything from saving for retirement to the ability of small businesses to access credit through a stable financial system. H.R. 37 unnecessarily puts these working and middle-class families at risk while benefiting Wall Street and other narrow special interests. If the President were presented with H.R. 37, his senior advisors would recommend that he veto the bill. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see my colleagues again, but this is ground we've trod pretty well, and I have no need for any questions. Yield back.
Chairman yields back his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank everybody for coming to testify. I think both sides have made their arguments. It will come as no surprise that I side with Ms. Waters and Mr. Sherman on the merits. But I would also, this is a process committee, and what is a little bit disturbing is that we're beginning this new session erring on the side of closing things down and not so much of an open process. I think a lot of the concerns that have been raised here may have been taken care of if there was a formal hearing and a markup on this piece of legislation, not necessarily the subject matter in general, but on this piece of legislation. We began last week with 2 closed rules. I would like to think we'd have open rules on these. I doubt it. I'm sure they'll be restrictive in some way. But you know, I think I would just say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I get it. You're in control of the House and you're in control of the Senate, but you know, especially given the fact that there's a veto threat against 2 and potentially 3 of these bills, we may be going through this exercise for therapy. So if that's what this is about, you know, I think it's good therapy for all of us if we had a more open process here. And I would hope that when the committee votes, we will have open rules on all these bills. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia does not seek time. Gentleman from Florida.
Yes, Mr.
Gentleman is
Chairman.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Waters pointed out very poignantly one of the reasons that we should take into consideration regular order. Just to the committee that she and Mr. Garrett shepherd the last election and appointments up to now has produced 9 people on the committee that have not had an opportunity. Now, multiply that 9 by the remaining members numbering 71 who are here that have not participated. So to argue that we have tread over it ignores the need for the newer members to have an opportunity to come up to speed. Mr. Garrett, I'd like to ask you to respond to a quote that is attributed to Mr. Volker. I'm different than you and Ms. Waters with a lot of experience on this committee, and Mr. Sherman, who obviously with the extraordinary accounting background that he has, I'm not an expert. I know these names, you know, and I hear about CLOs and all of that kind of stuff. But here's what Paul Volcker said, and it's a quote. "It is striking that the world's leading investment bankers, noted for their cleverness and agility in advising clients on how to restructure companies, and even industries, however complicated, apparently can't manage the orderly reorganization of their own activities in more than 5 years." What's your response, if any, to Mr. Volcker?
It's one thing when you have to restructure your activities in a business due to market forces, whether energy prices go up or changes in supplies or what have you. That's natural, and that should occur on over a timely basis. It's another thing when that restructuring comes about through governmental intervention. What would be the impact of that? Well, this is, as I said, there actually was hearings on this. This information did come out, and I give you just an example about it. According to the LSTA, which is the Loan Syndication and Trade Association, it says U.S. banks hold an estimated $80 billion of CLO notes, which would have to be diverted before the deadline. It said even the threat, even just the threat of such a divestiture roiled the CLO market and due primarily to uncertainty around the Volcker Rule. In January 2014, CLO issuance dropped nearly 90% from the prior year. So when it's the government interceding in a manner like this, it is difficult for a company to restructure in a timely way because they've already been negatively impacted by the rule.
And can you tell me, with these collateral loan obligations, whether in your judgment, the financial crisis that we suffered, that CLOs and the abuse was a contributing factor to that financial crisis?
I don't know that we've heard through all the hearings that we've had, both under Mr. Chairman Jeb Hensarling's leadership or when Barney Frank was the chairman of the committee, I don't know that we heard any testimony pointing to CLOs being the root cause of the problem.
Well, then let me bring you fast forward. This bill would allow banks to hold on to billions of dollars in risky, I think most of us who are not in that business think that collateralized loan obligations are pretty risky. And so now you're going to give them 2 more years by amending the Volcker Rule. And of course, that's a part of what Dodd-Frank, I listened to Ms. Waters actively in 2010 as well as other times regarding reform. It took us 18 months around here to get some measure of reform. So now the rule bans banks from speculating in securities markets with taxpayer funds, requiring them to dump their CLO holdings. Let me get to the point. You just mentioned $80 billion. A Volcker Rule delay would be a major boon to the nation's largest banks, in my opinion. Between 94 and 96% of the domestic CLO market is held by banks with at least $50 billion in assets. According to federal regulators who value the market at between $80 billion and $105 billion. And here's what rubs me raw, Mr. Garrett, and I don't have any stock in any of these companies. I do have, as do you and all of us that are members of Congress, a responsibility to the American people to try to keep, as best we can, rules and regulations and policies that are not ideological or bent on certain factors that we might parochially be mindful of. But 50% of the money that I just talked about that's held is held by two banks, J.P. Morgan and Citigroup. Now, something's wrong with that picture, and it's wrong for a variety of reasons. I gather that you would have me say that J.P. Morgan and Citigroup have never done anything fraudulent, have never done anything in the nature of accounting fraud. Now, I happen to be at the mercy, as do most of us, of holding an account, but I also don't get no damn contributions from none of them. And somewhere along the line, y'all gonna get bought right into another financial crisis if you continue down this road. In Title VII, it would allow over 60% of all public companies to stop reporting their financial statements in computer-readable formats. And you would have me, Mr. Garrett, believe that small businesses then are going to, in light of the fact that they will lose out on coverage and investment and hindering the SEC's ability to find and stop corporate accounting fraud, that small businesses are going to flourish. Well, I got news for you. I know a lot of small business owners, just like all of us here, and every last one of them that has been trying to get a loan has had difficulty in this period of time. And I hear it all the time. It is a continuing thing in the office that I'm privileged to serve. And so I'll just leave it there rather than belabor it, Mr. Chairman. I join and echo very strongly the sentiment of Mr. McGovern about returning to regular order around here. If we do not for Democrats or not for Republicans, not for conservatives or liberals, if we don't do this for the American people at some point, you will just close out this process and we may as well not be here. You go past committees, you bring stuff straight up here to the Rules Committee. We're becoming a hell of a lot more important than I thought we were at some point. And now, all of a sudden, we're going to drill all of these things, have little secret passages in them, and somewhere along the line, something is wrong with that picture. Mr. Sherman, before I yield my time, you seem to be recognized.
The gentleman from New Jersey quoted testimony where he said, "We need more time to divest." But because of the sneaky word issued in Title VIII, this extends the time to hold CLOs that you invest in. So it's not just more time to sell off that which you already own. It is an invitation to buy and hold for 5 years that which you do not own. And I don't know if the gentleman has any testimony where any bank came before us and said, we need to buy more CLOs in 2015 and hold them to 2019. It's one thing to say we need more time to divest. It's another thing to have an amendment that uses the word issued rather than the word acquired.
Well, I join you and Ms. Waters in your concerns, and hopefully we'll be able to address them. This bill isn't going to go anywhere, and we all know that. And if that's the exercise that we are required to participate in, I think Mr. McGovern pointed out again, I don't need the therapy. I've been here too long for the therapy, and it's troubling to me that we are not doing this the right way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman, does anyone else seek time? Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burge is recognized.
Just a little clarification. If I recall correctly, Dodd-Frank passed the House of Representatives December of 2009, and then passed the full Congress sometime in 2010, so arguably almost 5 years ago. Under a plain reading of the Dodd-Frank as passed, when was the Volcker Amendment supposed to be in effect by the regulators? It's already been delayed, has it not?
Yes.
So if I just don't understand where the peril comes. We've already delayed it. Is another 2 years in order to allow people to establish what they need to establish? Is that asking too much? I'm just asking for general knowledge.
No, you're right on the point. Dodd-Frank was a compilation of over 400 different regulations that had to be promulgated, put out through the process, and eventually implemented. It was an overwhelming task, and it was one which the regulators did not meet. They were not ever able to meet. So you're right on point as far as what the negative impact could have been not put off by doing what we're trying to do here, just to say this is another 2 years, which is what we're talking about. If I may, the gentleman from California said he has not heard any evidence or testimony to the point Mr. Hastings was raised. Perhaps the reason is because, and I don't know because I don't have the agenda before me, he was not here on the February 26th hearing, which we did have on this matter. At that hearing, to your point that you apparently didn't hear, you said it was, quote, from Meredith Coffey, Executive VP of Research and Analysts. If you have a situation where the Volcker Rule basically impedes U.S. banks and some foreign banks from not divesting, but from investing in CLOs, you can see their appetite reduced by about 80%. They will not participate in the CLO market, and ultimately it will lead to our other point that we can see a significant cost of financing for U.S. companies. Quote goes on. Her point is, by not allowing the divesting and investing, you would see a significant drop, and therefore the fire sale price go down, and therefore a harder ability for credit in the market. And if the Chairman will allow, the gentleman will yield for one more second. Sure. To Mr. Hastings' point, as far as the riskiness of these entities, I was trying to remember exactly the number. I was going to say 2 or 3%. That's when my staff came up. The actual default rate was not 50%. 40%, 20%, or the 2% that I was thinking of. But the actual default rate for CLOs over the last 20 years was 0.41%. So no, these are not risky entities. These are not risky matters that we're dealing with. These were not the root cause of the financial crisis. So the evidence indicates just the opposite as this area. Then what they are is a workable product that provides credit to the markets.
Thank you very much.
And let me just further ask, if I could, so there's a benefit from having these instruments available. They're not just there because it's interesting.
I'm trying to say that, yeah.
That there is a benefit
apparently an
to
obtuse
the
manner.
average American to have these available. Is that correct?
That
I
is
want to put words
absolutely
in your mouth.
That is absolutely correct. It is not a benefit. It is a benefit that meets where Main Street meets Wall Street. This is a benefit where small business basically benefits from the CLOs out there. It benefits the employee who's able to be hired by that small and mid-sized employer who now has credit availability to him so he can expand his business, buy that new equipment, buy the new manufacturing devices, buy the trucks or whatever else that he needs before he can hire more employees. CLO allow for that to occur.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, I recognize the gentleman from California for complete refutation of what we've just heard.
This bill deals only with CLOs that were issued by January 31, 2014. That means it deals only with money that went to Main Street by January 31st, 2014. This amendment has nothing to do with issuing new CLOs. New CLOs, money that flows into a local business in any of our districts, today it does not benefit from this issued and would not benefit from this amendment. This amendment deals only with the big banks that bought CLOs years ago and now want to sell it not to a hedge fund, not to a private investor, but they want to sell it to another big bank that shouldn't be buying it, and which Dodd-Frank envisions and the Volcker Rule envisions that they will not continue to own. So this amendment, there's no reason to allow a bank to buy a CLO that was issued before January 31st, 2014, and to buy it this year, next year, or the year after. They're not buying it from the issuer. They're not buying it from an operating company. They're buying it from another bank. And what the goal of the Volcker Rule is to have these CLOs not owned by depository institutions, but owned by those entities that can take the risk.
Why has it been okay for the regulators to postpone that for this length of time?
First of all, they did not postpone it with regard to items issued before. And second, we may very well, in a markup, come up with a good approach to this. I think the regulators have already given banks not only 3 extra years, but they gave them 2 extra years by not getting the regulations out on time, which, given the number of regulatory projects we gave to them, is entirely. So they've had, they'll have a total of 5 years. And I wouldn't mind marking up a bill in committee where we can discuss what the date ought to be. But the idea that here, for the first time, we're going to discuss the date July 21st, 2019, and now, for the first time, we're going to deal not only with instruments the banks bought earlier and now have to divest, but we're going to open the door to new investments. It seems like, it doesn't seem like this is the committee of jurisdiction to deal with those 2 issues.
Reclaiming my time, maybe it'd be a good thing to provide them a deadline so they'd have a target. Mr. Garrett, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Just 2 things. One, to answer your question, who benefits from these things? There's a whole list, but from California and other states, you have Burlington Coat Factory Warehouse are a user of them, Toys R Us, Pinnacle Foods, Avaway Incorp, Pharmaceuticals, and Hertz are all type of companies that benefit from this. 2, again, I have to stress this point. We are going by the regular order here. This bill came through initially through the hearing, subcommittee, and full committee. We did have a hearing on it. I guess it was back in February. The issue of this date was discussed, and furthermore, the issue of divestiture and issuance was also discussed and actually was the same language as we see here. So that has not changed.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, gentleman. Just back, some gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the risk of extending this, as the only Rules Committee member who actually sits on financial services, the gentleman from New Jersey referenced fire sale. I want him to be able to help people understand how creating a date certain where every bank has to sell these and no bank can buy them, and you limit the number of buyers and increase the number of sellers, what that actually does to bank capital in this country, and especially many community banks. And while most of the CLOs issued have been issued by big banks, it is the only mechanism for small community banks to actually help Main Street businesses that might be bigger than they could actually provide the whole loan to, but they can buy into the loan and own part of it, and it allows them to help businesses that happen to be in our geography. I have a lot of community banks in my area. They care a lot about this issue because they are invested in collateralized loan obligations, and they would have to divest, which means they would have to sell at a fire sale price. Could the gentleman from New Jersey just expound and help everybody understand what that means to bank capital and how that could be very bad for our community banks?
No, I think the gentleman actually pretty well laid.
Sorry to give a leading question.
Well, I think the gentleman not only led on the, but came to the conclusion on the question as well. It goes back to the testimony that we heard at the hearing, that it is a benefit, that the effect of this is not only by the issuance, but also the divestiture, and it's also by the divestiture of the, by the securities that have already been issued, that has a negative impact upon the pricing going forward. And that's what the gentlelady from LSTA was testifying, as Mr. Stivers probably remembers, that it drives down the price and it drives down, then therefore the availability of this. I could go through, but I won't, because, as you say, you will not belabor this, the number of companies throughout the country that rely upon this and that would be negatively impacted if we did not move forward with this.
And one follow-up, Mr. Chairman, if I could, to the gentleman from Jersey. You don't have to read the list of those companies, but those companies are mostly what we call middle market companies, which are companies that used to be small businesses, but they became successful. They might have outgrown the ability of their community bank to serve them, and now they need to do a collateralized loan obligation, but they're names that many of us would recognize, and they're the middle market companies that employ a lot of Americans, a lot of people in my district. And so when I got the list of companies that issued collateralized loan obligations or utilized them for funding, I was amazed how many names I recognized of companies that employ tens or hundreds of my constituents. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back his time.
I yield back.
Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to sort of agree on, but from a different perspective, with my friend from Florida on across the aisle. You know, many times you would come in, and from my perspective, we understand the numbers and the jargon, and we talk about this. But several things, as I'm sitting here as a new member of this committee, but listening to the debate back and forth, which I think is good for the American people, it's good for what we're doing, is it's become pretty clear from this North Georgia boy that the problem is the 2 years. Because when you look at all the rest of it, as I talked to Mr. Garrett before, I mean, 57-0, 52-0, 56. This is committee votes, not floor votes. It's committee votes. And then the one, of course, that was more along the lines of a party, 36-23. The problems that many of us have with Dodd-Frank, and especially in my part of the world, is exactly what my friend talked about. It's what happens to the bottom line of the American public who are trying to get loans, who are trying to make their businesses one, who have been impacted in my area where the big banks are present, but they're not everywhere. Because why? Because I live in Northeast Georgia where it's a lot of rural, it's a lot of poor, it's a lot of different areas that doesn't have the Atlanta area market. So my community banks, my independent banks are getting killed. And if you have a fire sale, which has been talked about here, where you're having to do all this at one time, which they're already looking at with real estate and other areas, things like this, where the regulators themselves have already put it off twice. One by not, and the best quote for me, the money quote, which we're going to talk about here a little bit on regulatory, was the gentleman from California said, it took them 2 years to develop the regulations that this body put on them. It's time that this body start doing its job, putting bills together and give direction and quit letting regulatory agencies run the American people. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. I want to thank all three of you for being here. Your presence today before the committee was exceptional, meaning you did well enough to come back. We appreciate you taking time to do this. Thank you. We will look forward to this debate on the floor, and you're now excused. Thank you very much. This closes the hearing portion of H.R. 37, Job Creation and Reducing Small Business Burdens Act. We have now the second. Mr. Garrett, thank you very much.
It's a very slow-moving fire.
We now have the next panel, H.R. 185, Regulatory Accountability Act 2015. I see that Mr. Johnson is here from Georgia, and I also see the gentleman from Pennsylvania representing the chairman, Mr. Moreno, is here. Please, if both of you will take your place on the dais, I want to welcome both of you to this important hearing, and thank you very much for your time as you have been a part of this hearing today. Mr. Moreno, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Moreno, thank you very much. Both you and Mr. Johnson are here for an express reason. We're delighted that you're here. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered the record. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Mr. Moreno, if I could make sure you do pull that mic close to you and that the green light is on, and the gentleman's now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, congressional members. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. Thank you, Chairman Sessions, for the opportunity to testify.
Gentlemen, you'll just a moment, please. I noticed that we're joined by the young chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and I would ask that he come and be a part of this. And we would like for Mr. Moreno, please, to go ahead and proceed with his testimony. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Sessions, for the opportunity to testify today regarding H.R. 185, the Regulatory Accountability Act of 2015. Chairman Goodlatte introduced H.R. 185, which was referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. The bill responds comprehensively to numerous important regulatory issues that were considered during multiple hearings before the Subcommittee on Regulatory Reform, Commercial and Antitrust Law in the 113th Congress, and the Subcommittee on Courts, Commercial, and Administrative Law in the 112th Congress. The Judiciary Committee reported the bill favorably in both the 112th and the 113th Congresses. The House passed prior versions of this legislation as H.R. 3010 in the 112th Congress and as titles of H.R. 2804 and H.R. 4 in the 113th Congress. The text of H.R. 185 is identical to the text passed by the House in September 2014 as part of H.R. 4. Mr. Chairman, the American people are now 4 elections and more than 6 years into the worst period after an economic crisis since the Great Depression. Despite some encouraging recent signs, jobs have not truly recovered. Wages have not recovered. The rate of new business startups has not recovered. Instead, permanent exits from the labor force are at historic levels. Real wages have fallen. Dependency on government assistance has drastically increased. People have been giving up because they cannot find a confident path forward. In this recovery, we are not recovering. We are losing something precious. All across this country, people who have been struggling, people whose jobs and wages have been disappearing, people who have been leaving the labor pool for the dependency pool, people who have seen no way possible to start a new business can feel in their bones that the American dream is slipping away. What is killing the American dream? More than anything else, it is the endless drain of resources that takes working people's hard-earned wages to Washington and Washington's regulatory roadblocks in the path of opportunity and growth. Today, the combined economic burden of federal taxation and regulation is over $3 trillion, almost 20% of our economy. Of that, the larger part is the burden of regulation, now estimated to reach at least $1.86 trillion. The federal regulatory burden is larger than the 2013 gross domestic product of all but the top 10 countries in the world. It is half the size of Germany's entire GDP. It is more than 1/3 the size of Japan's. Most important, the burden is $15,000 per American household, nearly 30% of average household income in 2013. No one says we need no regulation, but who can credibly say we need regulation that costs this much? H.R. 185 addresses head-on the problem of endlessly escalating excessive federal regulatory costs based on principles proven in bipartisan practice from presidents of both parties since Ronald Reagan. What are those principles? Here are some of the most important. Require agencies to choose the lowest cost rulemaking alternative that meets statutory objectives. If needed to protect public health, safety, or welfare, allow flexibility to choose costlier rules, but make sure the added benefits justify the added cost. Improve public outreach and agency fact-finding to identify better, more efficient regulatory alternatives. Provide on-the-record but streamlined administrative hearings in the highest impact rulemakings, those that impose $1 billion or more in annual costs, so interested parties can subject critical evidence to cross-examination. Require advance notice of proposed major rulemakings to increase public input before costly agency positions are proposed and entrenched. In a nutshell, this bill says to every agency, fulfill the statutory goals the United States Congress has set for you. Protect health, protect safety, protect consumers, protect the vulnerable. You are free to do that, and you should do that whenever Congress gives you those orders. But as you achieve those goals, Make sure you do it with better public input. Be tested information and better tested information, and in the least costly way. H.R. 185 brings urgently needed regulatory reform to hardworking Americans. I request that the Rules Committee grant an appropriate rule that allows for expeditious consideration of H.R. 185. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Marino, thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in opposition to H.R. 185, the Regulatory Accountability Act of 2014, and ask the committee to make in order my amendment so as to protect jobs. H.R. 185 is a sweeping revision of the Administrative Procedure Act that convolutes the agency rulemaking process through numerous analytical requirements. In fact, despite the mantra from the majority party that we want to get government off the backs of the people, or we want to remove burdensome regulations, what this Regulatory Accountability Act does is to it doesn't streamline the rulemaking process. It actually imposes 74 new rulemaking requirements on agencies with the cumulative effect of deregulating industries by halting the agency rulemaking process. And so these requirements are largely opposed by the nation's leading administrative law experts, and they would cause years of delays in rulemaking or deregulate entire industries through rulemaking avoidance by agencies. As a result of this deregulation, H.R. 185 would seriously undermine the critical role of agencies in protecting public health and safety, undermining protections across every regulated industry, from consumers' health and product safety, environmental protections, workplace safety, to consumer financial protections. This is actually part of an orgy of attack on rulemaking in this nation that we are dealing with here today in this committee. The only basis for this bill is the unsupported claims that regulations erode employment and economic growth. Contrary to my Republican colleagues' assertions that regulations kill jobs, a wealth of unimpeachable bipartisan evidence has repeatedly and effectively debunked this claim. The OMB estimated over the last decade that major regulations benefiting the economy between $217 billion and $863 billion a year had a mere cost of $57 to $84 billion. So the net result was positive. And in fact, a 2013 study from the San Francisco Federal Reserve found that since the recession, there is zero correlation between job growth and regulations. Moreover, the San Francisco Federal Reserve also found that there is no evidence showing that increased regulations and taxes have any effect on the unemployment rate. If anything, weak growth was due to weak consumer demand. Earlier studies by the New York Federal Reserve made similar findings. A Republican witness from the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank, testified that focusing on jobs in regulatory debates, quote, can lead to confusion, end quote, while the effects of regulation are, as he termed it, indeterminate. A senior policy advisor in the Reagan and George H.W. Bush administrations wrote in the New York Times that the nexus between deregulation and job growth is, quote, made up and, quote, nonsense, end quote, whereas the tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations had no stimulative effect on the economy during the George W. Bush administration. And the evidence that regulations harm the economy The only evidence, literally, the one study relied on for the absurd figures repeated by the proponents of this bill, derived from a study roundly disproven by the nonpartisan Congressional Research Service, which found that the study's cost figures were cherry-picked, inaccurate, based on evidence from decades ago, and without contemporary value. Indeed, the very authors of this study have since repudiated its use in policy debates. And even if we were to rely on this flawed analysis, which only used economic data from years prior to the Obama administration, the only conclusion we could draw from it is that the Bush administration did little to reduce the supposed regulatory burdens that Republicans argue undermine job and economic growth. I ask that my amendment, Mr. Chairman, be made in order. It would exempt from H.R. 185 all rules that the Office of Management and Budget determines would result in net job creation. Under President Obama, this economy has roared back to life for the top 1%. Unemployment is falling at the fastest rate in decades, and consumer and business spending have catalyzed the most growth in over a decade. Our nation's gross domestic product grew at 5% between July and September last year, the fastest since 2003, and will continue to grow throughout this year. Sadly, however, the benefits of the economic uptick have yet to trickle down to the 99% of working Americans, and this majority-ruled legislature should do more to help level the playing field for those workers. This act, however, does not do so. It's clear, Mr. Chairman, that our economy is growing at its fastest pace in years while unemployment is dropping dramatically, though wage stagnation is locked in and entrenched. My amendment would ensure that this unfettered growth and progress continues. This amendment is designed to confront the unsupported assertion that H.R. 185 is necessary because regulations hamper job growth. So I ask that the committee make my amendment in order. I ask that if it's not made in order, that the committee consider an amendment to raise the minimum wage, and along with cutting regulations. But in all seriousness, I ask that this amendment be made in order, and I ask my colleagues to oppose this misguided and dangerous legislation. And with that, I'll yield back.
Mr. Johnson, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if I could have you grab that mic right there and turn that green button on. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that the chairman of the subcommittee has very well explained the purpose of this legislation, so I will only add that I think this is common sense legislation. You know, each one of us as members of Congress are held accountable directly to the voters, who are the people who have the jobs and run the businesses and so on that are impacted by government regulations. But the regulators, the people writing the regulations, don't have as much accountability. This legislation, which requires that regulators use the lowest cost, effective way to implement the law passed by Congress, is common sense and provides more accountability to an executive branch that a lot of people think has far exceeded its authority. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all three of you for your testimony today. Dr. Burgess, do you seek time? Excuse me. Thank you very much. Mr. Cicilline, if you'd do me a favor and grab one of these chairs, probably the one over here to your right, would be good. And you're exactly right, Mr. McGovern. Thank you very much. My crack staff said that to me a couple of minutes ago, and I do recognize that you're getting here, being here for this purpose is important. And before we continue on with any questions, gentleman's now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Sessions and Ranking Member Slaughter, for affording me the opportunity to provide testimony today on my proposed amendment to H.R. 185, the Regulatory Accountability Act. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is one of the most important tools that we have to ensure that the products that Americans use every day, such as food and other household products, as well as the medicines, vaccines, and medical devices used to treat and cure diseases, are safe and effective. The FDA is instrumental in ensuring that consumer goods are safe before they are even placed on the market and making sure that they remain safe so long as they're sold to the general public. In an increasingly globalized economy, the safety and effectiveness of food and medication must remain a top priority. By implementing the rulemaking requirements proposed in this legislation, we would unnecessarily complicate the FDA rulemaking process and increase the risk that unsafe products will end up in the hands of consumers. This creates the potential of real harm to consumers and will place greater pressure on our economy by increasing the frequency of expensive product recalls and other market disruptions. Today, I offer a common-sense amendment to this legislation which would exempt the rulemaking responsibility of the FDA with respect to consumer safety from the requirements established in this bill. It would ensure that the FDA can respond quickly when defects are found in consumer products or when food safety is at stake. Under the terms of the Regulatory Accountability Act, these essential regulations must go through 74 new procedural and analytical requirements to the agency rulemaking process. As a result, it could take as much as 3 years or more for these agency rules to become finalized. 3 years longer than anyone should have to wait for safe food or safe medicine. And I urge the committee to make this amendment in order to ensure that we can continue to protect the health and well-being of the American people. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony, and I apologize for not getting you up. I did see you walk in just a few minutes ago during the middle of testimony. I appreciate the help. Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for bringing this important bill to us. The benefits should be justified, and they should justify the cost. It seems pretty simple and straightforward. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Slaughter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to quote the Bureau of Labor Statistics to say how good things are going. January 2009, when President Obama took office, the unemployment rate was 7.8. By October that same year, it had climbed to 10% because of the recession that he had inherited. By December 2014, last month, 5.6 was the unemployment rate, a considerable drop. 2014 was the best year of job growth since 1999. Nearly 11 million, actually 10.9. Private sector jobs have been created over 57 months of consecutive growth. I really hate to see this Congress try to mess with a good thing. Oil prices are down. If only the people who created all those jobs and the good economy that we're enjoying could get a raise, things would be a heck of a lot better. But I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Mr. Cicely mentioned 74. I've got 84 changes, mostly of reporting, prior notices, and things that the regulators would have to do to comply with this law. And so let me ask unanimous consent to put that in the record.
Without objection, that will be included in the record. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, gentlemen. Gentlewoman, does Mr. Stivers, do you seek recognition? Recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sure looks like this bill is going to make it better for people who want to create jobs in this country. And while certainly there may be some amendments that might be in order to make sure that we do things right and look at alternatives, the bill already permits costlier rules to protect public health, safety, and welfare. So I think it's a great start, and I hope that, I appreciate the debate, appreciate all the members coming, and looking forward to getting this bill moving. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sorry, does anyone seek recognition?
Yeah, let me just, very quickly, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the statement of Representative Mark Pocan of Wisconsin.
Objection.
And I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to insert the statement of administration policy in the record, which basically says, I'm not going to read it, but if the President were presented with this bill, his senior advisors would recommend a veto. And I would just also say that we're talking about rules and accountability, and we're the Rules Committee. Again, I mean, this is a new Congress. We ought to open this thing up and make sure that every member has the ability to offer what he or she may want to offer on the floor, and I hope that this is an open rule. With that, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. Judge Hastings, you seek recognition. Gentleman does not seek recognition. Does any Republicans see? Mr. Collins, you're
Chairman, thank you.
recognized.
Is coming from the Judiciary Committee and being a part of this last year and hearing this, this is, some things that I think just need to be pointed out that were pointed a little bit out by the subcommittee chairman and now by the full chairman as well. But the Administrative Procedures Act, there's some things that people need to understand about that in the process. And I'm not one that believes that government should not have a regulatory role. It should have a regulatory role, but a proper regulatory role. And this APA was, when it was developed, I don't think really extended the expanse of what is now happening. Because when the APA, the American Administrative Procedures Act, does not require agencies to identify the cost of the regulations put before them. It does not require agencies to consider reasonable or lower cost alternatives. I want to remind our colleagues that it doesn't even require agencies to rely on the best reasonable obtainable evidence. Floor consideration for this is very timely because the APA must be brought up to date. I support the provisions in this bill, and I think they hit the right balance. They require agencies to assess cost and benefits of regulatory alternatives, something that is done every day in not just boardrooms, but in kitchen tables. That's what I believe that this bill does. I think it's what Republicans do, is let's have the conversations not only in the businesses, but in the kitchen tables, where the real business of America works, where moms and dads and families and husbands, single moms and single dads, they do these kind of things. From my understanding also, this is an interesting point, that these are all based on executive orders that Presidents Reagan, Clinton, Bush, Obama have issued over the years. However, these reforms put in place by the current and former presidents are insufficient because they are not permanent or enforceable by the courts, nor do they bind the independent agencies. In fact, even President Obama's Administrative Executive Order 13563 acknowledges that new regulations must take into account benefits and costs. That's precisely what this bill does. It's amazing for me that my friends across the aisle, I guess they want to stand up to their president at this point because their president, at this point, our president, has said that benefits and costs need to be a part of this. This is what this bill does. I agree with our president on this. This is what needs to happen, is that we need to look at this. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think looking at this in a way, I believe there's some certain things, and certainly as my friend from Ohio said, amendments that might need to be made in order. I believe the cost, the threshold is something that we can look at as well. But I think overall, this is a good bill. It needs to go before the American people. The American people understand that we're doing our job of looking at legislation and also the Administrative Procedures Act so that we can put together a proper rule. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I had indicated that I did not seek recognition, but I would ask unanimous consent if the chair would allow to include the statement of Representative Sheila Jackson Lee in support of her amendment on the Regulatory
Without objection.
Accountability Act.
Mr. Polis, do you seek recognition?
Not at this time.
Gentleman does not seek recognition. I want to thank this panel. Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to, for purposes of the record, insert the statement of administration policy with respect to, you already did it, okay.
That has been done. Mr. Marino? Yes, sir.
I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record United States House of Representatives Judiciary Committee, I'm going to call it a white paper, submitted by Chairman Goodlatte that outlined the improvements
The objection.
that this is going to make, starting with cost, proper evidence, more public input, and less litigation. And it's referred to as H.R.185, the Regulatory Accountability Act of 2015, rulemaking requirements and timelines compared to the status quo.
I want to thank all four of you. Mr. Mayor, I did not mean to bypass you. Thank you very much. I want to thank all four of you for being here. Mr. Chairman, your time too. Thank you very much. This panel is now excused. This now close the hearing portion of H.R. 185, Regulatory Accountability Act of 2015. We now get to the main play of the day, H.R. 240. I'd like to ask the gentleman from Texas, Judge Carter. Judge, good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. Good. I note that Mrs. Lowy is here, and yes, and that you would be the panel that would be prepared to speak to us. Obviously, this is a follow-up to the meeting that we had last month, where the decision was made that we would defer the funding for Homeland Security away from the rest of the year to March the 1st. There's been a lot written, there's been a lot said, there's been a lot of activity on this important measure. and I believe it's allowed both of you time to not only effectively prepare yourself for today, but the rest of the Congress to do also. And Judge Carter, I'm delighted that you're, as both of you know, welcome to the committee. If you have anything in writing without objection, it'll be under the record. Judge, delighted you're here. You're looking fit and sound.
I feel fit and sound. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
For allowing me to be here at this time, and I thank you for your leadership in this committee. While it is expected that amendment will be added to this bill to address the President's recent executive action on immigration, an effort I wholeheartedly support, the resources provided in the underlying bill are urgently needed by the men and women defending our homeland and for our national security. Mr. Chairman, last week we watched a terrible tragedy unfold in Paris as armed terrorists killed innocent French citizens who were just going about their daily lives. Like 9/11, this event and many others have occurred in the last year remind us that our democratic values are under constant attack and serve as a warning that we must remain vigilant. Make no mistake, what happened in Paris could happen anywhere, including the United States. And we must provide the resources necessary to find and root out the seeds of terrorism. Passing the fiscal year 2015 Department of Homeland Security appropriations is imperative, and we cannot fail to meet this challenge. Mr. Chairman, I'm here today very gratefully with Ms. Loy, who is the ranking member of the whole committee, to present this agreement. It combines unwavering support for our frontline personnel and essential security operations with true physical discipline. The bill is within the subcommittee's 302B allocation, $39.7 billion, and it contains no earmarks. In the interest of time, I won't outline all the programs and activities funded in the bill, but I would like to point out our major themes. Specifically, this bill provides no discretionary funding to implement the President's executive actions on immigration. Excuse me, let me repeat. This bill provides no discretionary funding to implement the President's executive actions on immigration. This agreement contains funds for 23,775 CBP officers and 21,370 Border Patrol, the largest force in history. It does not increase customs fees as proposed by the President's budget request. It includes $3.4 billion for ICE detention programs, which is $862 million above the President's request, to fully fund 34,000 legislatively mandated beds. In addition, 3,732 new family detention units and 207 new officers to detain, deport, and deter the influx of families and unaccompanied alien children illegally crossing our southwest border. It caps TSA screeners at 45,000, 1,000 below last year's level, and reduces funds for TSA while providing additional funds for privatized screening. It funds increased Coast Guard operational hours in critical source and transit zones, fully funds the 8th National Security Cutter and one additional C-130J aircraft. The bill funds all critical cyber security programs. It provides $7 billion to fully fund FEMA's operational needs for the disaster relief funds, and also it funds first responder grants at the FY14 enacted levels to include sustainment of funding for firefighter assistance grants and emergency management performance grants. The bill also funds completion of the National Bio-Agro Defense Facility, but this bill also instills real fiscal discipline and efficiency by reducing headquarters and administrative costs across the department and maintaining rigorous oversight of withholding funds and other statutory mandates, and including stringent reporting requirements on everything from major acquisitions to ammunition inventories, purchases, and usage. Mr. Chairman, this Homeland Security bill meets the security needs of our nation. I believe it's worthy of every member's vote. I urge my colleagues to support this measure on the floor. I'm happy to answer questions that you may have or the other members of this committee might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Judge Carter, thank you very much. Ms. Lowy, welcome. It's good to see you. I had a chance to be with you the other day, and we had a real opportunity to speak not only about the important measures that we're talking about today, but also about our friendship. And I'm delighted that you're gentleman's recognized.
Well, I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. And I'm very pleased to testify with my friend, Judge Carter. The Democrats' side of the Appropriations Committee has not yet assigned a ranking member to this or any other subcommittee. That's why I'm very pleased to be here today. And we all know the outcome of this dangerous game being played with this bill today. The legislation which Judge Carter discussed, I could support. Good work. In this form, unfortunately, it will not be enacted. All we're doing today is further delaying enactment of a full-year bill. And again, I want to make it clear, the product that Judge Carter was discussing was negotiated between Republicans and Democrats, and it should have been in law today as part of the omnibus, given the urgency of so many situations throughout the world that we are very well aware of. What we're doing today is further delaying enactment of a full-year bill. I am extremely disappointed that Republicans insist on making Congress play out this farce at the expense of our nation's security. It has taken less than 2 weeks for the Republican Congress to prove that it can't govern responsibly. The Republican majority has already delayed a full-year funding bill for the Homeland Security when they dropped it from the omnibus package in December. Now, more than a quarter of the way through the fiscal year, we continue to play games with the funding for an agency that was created to protect the nation from terrorist attacks. Last week, as we know, terrorists brutally murdered 12 people at the office of a French satirical magazine, a police officer, and 4 individuals at a kosher grocery store. That is a tragic example of the kind of out-of-the-blue attack that the Department of Homeland Security, along with its other law enforcement partners, is working hard to prevent here in the United States of America. Partisan games on immigration will delay grants to states and major urban areas, funding that is critical for supporting local first responders in our defense against homegrown terrorism and for future fusion centers, where the Department of Homeland Security gathers, shares, analyzes threat information with its state and local law enforcement partners. The failure to enact a full-year bill will slow down efforts for the Secret Service to begin addressing problems with security at the White House. The department will be limited in its ability to move forward with the Secretary's Unity of Effort initiative to make the department more strategic and improve coordination among its components. Resources to detain truly dangerous criminal aliens, to manage another rapid influx of unaccompanied children and families across the southwest border are in jeopardy. Acquisition of the final national security cutter and other Coast Guard assets will be delayed, as will construction at the National Bio and Agri-Defense Facility. Mr. Chairman and members of the Rules Committee, again, I want to say the Democrat members and the Republican members of this committee worked hard to put a really good bill together. This situation in the world we're living in threatens each of us and our families, no matter where we live in the United States of America and abroad. And I urge my colleagues to give up the partisan games that threaten our national security, bring a clean bill to the House floor, let's vote on it, implement it immediately. Thank you. I yield.
Ms. Lowy, thank you very much. Ms. Lowy, I've had a chance, along with this committee, to hear for a number of years the good things and bad things, the difficult things that the American people have been working with, that we've been working with this administration, that we've been trying to make progress. And few things have stuck out at me as the President's decision, as he did, which he knew would be unpopular, which he knew would be highly partisan, which he knew would not be seen well. I've put up with a lot of things in this committee, and every year for the last 4 or 5 years, we've been disappointed to hear that this administration wasted $1 billion trying to get health care records from the Department of Defense, the Department of Veterans Affairs. We hear constantly about the infighting, the bickering, the mistakes. The President was on the TV today. They were talking about what a mistake it was made this last weekend dealing with our representative to Paris. I can't fix these things. None of us can fix them, but we have a voice. And the voice that we have from the United States House of Representatives is where we speak and try and work on behalf of the American people and with this administration on the things when we give them money. We are going to withhold the money because we believe what the President did was unlawful, illegal, and unconstitutional. And the day we get to the point where a President of the United States can unilaterally decide that he will make law because somebody else didn't act is a sad day. So, with great fairness back to you, I will tell you, we just simply want to say back to the President 6 or 7 weeks ahead of time, Mr. President, we disagree with you. That is our prerogative. There's a process. We're going to find out if people agree with me on this committee. We're going to find out when it goes to the floor what people think, and we're going to find out when the United States Senate has an opportunity to do that also. But I will tell you that you and I recognize that a whole bunch of people deeply disagree with the President, whether it be a Republican or a Democrat, unilaterally making decisions rather than this body doing it. So the President's put it up to us, and we're going to put it back to the President. I think Judge Carter, along with the other leaders of this House, and I would expect you too, would ask the President to be just as reasonable as we are, and that is to try and look at the bigger picture and to realize that we have a disagreement. Let's try and resolve it. And that's what we're attempting to do. Yes, ma'am.
Just a word, Mr. Chairman, and I won't continue this discussion, but I do think that the issue of immigration reform deserves a serious, full discussion on the House floor. I've been supportive of comprehensive immigration reform. The point I wanted to make, and I feel strongly about it, again, the Homeland Security bill should not have riders, should not have amendments attached to it on another subject. We worked very hard, Democrats and Republicans. This Homeland Security bill, chaired by my friend Judge Carter, is a good bill. It should stand on its own. Nothing else should be detached to it. And if Chairman Rogers were here today, we've worked so hard on the Veterans Affairs issue. We had, I remember, people from the Department of Veterans Affairs, the military department. That is a serious issue that still has not been resolved.
That's correct.
But Homeland Security, this bill, given what's happening in the world today, and I know we've talked about this, I have 8 grandchildren, and I worry every day. I don't want to think that an immigration debate is being tied to this. This makes it a political issue, and frankly, I think it's unfortunate, and the majority of the people in the United States want us to focus on Homeland Security. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Well, the bottom line is I'm willing to go to the mat with the President on this, and this is the way we do things. I want to thank each of you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just...
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I understand the passion that the gentlelady has for our bill. I have the same passion for the bill. It is a good bill. I also have the same passion for the debate that is being discussed when we go through the amendment process on this bill that raises the issue of this executive order that the President has basically stepped up and slammed in our face. And I think the American people are looking for that debate just as much as they are looking for the debate on a Homeland Security bill. I think the American public supports what we have done within the funds that we have. I think we've been creative. We have met with the Senate. We have conferenced with the Senate on this. This is a good bill as it sits. But I also support the amendment process that's going forward in this debate today, because it's time for the American people to hear from both sides. And I think, as you very effectively stated, this is the method by which we will hear the other side of the story. And I think that other side of the story needs to be heard. And I thank you, and I yield back.
So thank you. And I think both of you all have been very effective today, not only presenting your views and ideas, but for being here today. And Judge, I'm glad you're back to this body. I know you've been gone a couple days, and we are delighted that your health is restored back to it. The only thing you didn't say here today is go Texas Tech Red Raiders. Everybody else has had a shot for their.
My team's not in a bowl.
I know where your team is. It darn sure was, but good for you. Thank you very much. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions.
Gentlewoman does not seek recognition. Gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I've got no questions. I think we all know where we are on this. But I did want to ask you something. I remember the committee when we had the hearing here on whether or not the president could be sued for executive orders. Did that die at the end of the 113th Congress?
Well, it was till the end of the year, as I recall. I could be corrected right now.
Where is the lawsuit?
Gentlewoman, yield just a second. Let me see if I can find out.
What's that?
By golly, it sure was.
Okay.
We just passed a rules package.
That's
last
right.
week,
I
and we
understand
allowed
that.
it.
It was in the rules
Thank you.
package. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Gentlewoman, yield back the time. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've always appreciated the way appropriators come up here and everybody has worked together and produced a product that folks are proud of. I just wanted to ask the two of you, because I'm frustrated that we're not that we're dealing with a full year appropriations bill today, but that we didn't handle this either back in May when your subcommittee passed this, or back in June when your full committee passed this, or even back in December when we did the omnibus. Was there anything that went on in those conversations that you all were privy to that led you to believe that but for the president's issuing of these memos, that Homeland Security would have been stripped out of the omnibus appropriations bill? I mean, I remember us having the conversation, what are we going to do? How are we going to fund the government? Folks were looking at that omnibus bill post-election. My expectation was it was going to be for the entire government, as it often is. But after the president did what he did and the way that he did it, we find ourselves here. Do you have any reason to believe that, again, except for the president doing what he did, we wouldn't be here today?
Mr. Chairman, if I may be heard.
Judge Carter?
Yes, sir.
I will give you my personal opinion. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I think back in May and June, quite honestly, inactivity in the Senate slowed things down substantially, and we just weren't at a position to bring. Normally, Homeland's one of the first bills comes out of the chute, but because we weren't getting a lot of response at that point in time, it was slowed substantially. Then the president's conversation over August that he was going to do this, I think, put brakes on it too. And then when he did it, I think it slammed the brakes on hard.
I just don't want anybody to think it was because...
I truly believe, but for the lead up to it where he said he was going to do it, and then when he did it, we probably would have been part of the omnibus.
I don't want folks to believe it was because of some sort of lack of production on the committee's activity. You all were ready to go. In fact, the whole Congress would have been ready to go, but for the president taking us down.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that.
Ms. Lowy?
With great respect, I'm a little puzzled. Last time I checked, your party controls the House and the Senate. So it seemed to me this Homeland Security bill that was negotiated in good faith between the House and the Senate should move on its own merits, and then you can bring up legislation anytime to deal with the immigration issue, and I'd welcome that. I support comprehensive immigration reform, and certainly you may disagree with the president's actions, but there is no reason when there are such threats in the world today, just look what happened in Paris last week, that you would hold up a Homeland Security bill because of the immigration issue. Let's have a real debate on the floor on immigration. I'd welcome it.
Well, and again, with respect, it is true, last time you checked, we did control both houses of
But now
Congress.
you do.
But at the time we passed the omnibus bill, we did not. It was a joint bill brought between a Democratic Senate and a Republican House. And again, what I thought I understood the gentleman from Texas to say was, but for the president taking us down this road, and this is, I don't want to be confused, I don't want anybody to be confused that we're having an immigration discussion here. We're not. We're having an Article I, Article II constitutional responsibilities discussion. We're having a discussion about whether or not the president, who's charged with implementing the law, with executing the law, with enforcing the law, can just decide that he's not going to do any of those things. I mean, that's the discussion we're having here, and it happens to be you're on the all-powerful Appropriations Committee with the power of the purse. So we turn to you to exert Article I prerogative in those cases. But it's disappointing to me. You did a tremendous job with your work product. Again, starting in May into June. I wish we could have done it before September 30th, but we would have done it. We would have done it. It was in the package, the omnibus package that would have come to the House and the Senate for passage, that would have gone to the president's desk for his signature, but for the president taking us down this road and, again, forcing folks who believe in Article I's and its responsibilities and prerogatives to stand up for constituents across the country. Be happy to yield to the gentleman from New York.
We clearly have a different view, but I would like to say again, there is bipartisan support for the Homeland Security bill. Every one of us understands the urgency of passing that bill. I would just respectfully ask you to report that bill and then have another discussion next week. We could have a full discussion of immigration reform. I'm ready for that. You can challenge the president. You can come up with something else. But don't mess with the Homeland Security of the United States of America, your constituents and mine. And frankly, I was in Times Square in New York, and when I saw people back to back, thousands and thousands of people in Times Square, just as it happened in Paris, it can come here. And I don't want to be part of any effort to hold up a Homeland Security bill that protects each and every one of our districts. That is my request.
I appreciate the gentlelady's support and confidence in the bipartisan nature of the process. My great expectation is we're going to have bipartisan support on each of these amendments that go through, and I hope that we're able to carry that confidence right on through to the end of the process. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Time. I am aware that we have only a few, or that time is done. We are missing about 90 members right now, but I'd like to see whether anybody would like to have any questions for Ms. Lowy. Gentleman's recognized.
No, I just want to thank you for being here and for your patience, because listening to this debate here, I can't help but feel that it must be maddening for you to sit here and listen to this kind of talk about why we're in this situation. Let's be honest. We're in this situation because the Republican leadership decided to hold the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill hostage over immigration politics. And you were way too kind when you said that this was a partisan game. It's also an ugly game. It's about tearing families apart. That's what's at the heart of why this whole thing is being held up. And what's going on in the world today, what happened in France last week, with all the chaos in the world, that anybody would fool around or play political games with this bill, of all bills, to me is unconscionable. I mean, we ought to pass this product, a bipartisan product that I think would pass the House overwhelmingly, if not unanimously, and send it to the President's desk and be done with it. And you want to fight about immigration? Let's have a debate. For 6 years, we have tried to bring comprehensive immigration reform to the floor of this House. The Senate actually passed a bill in a bipartisan way. We have yet to even have had the opportunity to vote on it. So the fact that we're now holding this bill hostage, I think, is disgraceful. And I think the American people watching this are scratching their head and saying, what the hell is going on here? No wonder why people hate Congress. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Judge Hastings. You have no questions? Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm now going to look to the other end and ask if they have any questions. We're trying to get through with Mrs. Lowy, and then we'll all go vote. I'll put us to the subject to call the chair. We'll come back, and then we'll debate after this piece, the other piece, and that is the amendments. That's, and I hope, we've been in here a long time. The gentleman from Texas, do you seek time? Gentleman's
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question for the ranking member. Did the president consult with you before he issued his statements regarding immigration in November, recognizing that it may impact the bill upon which you were working?
I just want to make it clear, I did not have a discussion with the president, but it is so clear to me, as I've said, as Mr. McGovern said, bipartisan Homeland Security bill. It is essential that we pass this bill to protect your community and my community. And then let's have a discussion on immigration anytime.
Reclaiming my time. It is the president's actions that have brought us to this point, not anything that has happened at the United States
There
Congress.
seems to be a real disagreement on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collins?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I will claim some time. I do have a specific question, then a comment. The specific question is dealing with oversight of Secret Service and hearings that I was in last year. It seems to be that there's sufficient room for the Secret Service to improve their act to get so that they can protect the President and First Lady. Do you agree with the funding that's in there for that?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Then I have one other statement. And before my colleagues across the aisle and their feigned indignance about who started this, I've about had it to hear about what we did on immigration and when we did it. I remember, and I've said this from the floor, I remember a nirvana for our members across the aisle. Just a few years ago, you controlled the House, you controlled the Senate. You had the presidency. You put Dodd-Frank in front of us. You put Obamacare in front of us. You did many things that had no Republican support. And now we feign indignance that we want to have a debate on immigration when you could have done it for 2 years like you did everything else without Republican support.
Will the gentleman yield?
This is not yet.
Okay.
Because at this point in time, there are a problem. And I, as a member of the United States Armed Services, know one thing, that I would not stand in the way of what we're doing here. The problem is what my colleagues have said, is this got thrown in when you didn't do it a few years ago when you could, and now you have the president who wants to insert his politics into this, and the power. This is what my gentleman from Georgia said. This is about Article 1, Article 2. It's about roles and responsibilities. And to have this debate and to throw feign indignance around here saying we could be doing this on a debate on immigration, we can have the debate. This party, the Republican Party, will have the debate on immigration. But it's not going to be dictated on the terms of someone in the White House saying, here's what I'm going to do without you.
Well, if the gentleman would
Gentleman yield.
I would just simply say, don't play politics with the national security of this country. And by tying this issue to the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, that's exactly what my friends are doing. And I think that is a big mistake. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Then I reclaim my time. Then don't play politics with the American people on what you wish you would have done when you had the ability to do. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back his time. I want to thank all the members that are here. We will now be in recess, subject to call the chair at the end of the third vote. and thank you very much. We were trying to wait for several other members, but it looks like that here we go. There, as I was reminded, there's a football game tonight that also is on our schedule. And so as we bang the gavel down, it's my hope that our other members on both sides will want to appear. And I want us to know that we're now having the second panel related to H.R. 240, Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act for 2015. Previous to this, just a few minutes ago, we had Nita Lowy, who appeared on behalf of the Appropriations Committee. We had the gentleman, John Carter, the subcommittee chairman, who spoke about the bill. And now we are reconvening here at the Rules Committee tonight to hear about the amendment process. And I recognize that we now have Mr. Adderholt, Mr. Barletta, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Castro, I did not have you on the list, but I am delighted that you're here. Ms. Lofgren, obviously we're delighted that you're here. Ms. Lofgren, you've been here for a couple hours. I'd like to defer to you first, just so we know how we're going to work here. I'll just go back and forth. We'll go Ms. Lofgren first, then we'll go to Mr. Adderholt, then we'll go to Mr. Gutierrez, then we'll go to Mr. Castro, then Mr. Barletta. You will be the cleanup batter tonight. Pretty good thing for a pitcher. Pitchers normally go last in the batting order anyway, so I figured nothing new here. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered to the record, and we're delighted that you're here. Ms. Lofgren, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and noting that my friend Judge Carter and Ranking Member Nita Lowy spoke on the underlying legislation, I will limit my comments to the 5 amendments that were released on Friday night by the majority. The first amendment, offered by Representatives Adderholt, Mulvaney, and Barletta, is designed to prevent all but one of the executive actions announced by the President from taking place. This includes the Deferred Action for Parental Accountability Initiative that would offer temporary protection from deportation to certain parents of U.S. citizens, and the expansion of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival Initiative to include people brought to the country as children who have extensive ties to the community. In the absence of any other reforms to our immigration laws, this provision would break apart more families and destroy more communities. It would ensure that we continue to deport the parents of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents and send many thousands of these children into the foster care system every year. But the amendment actually goes farther than that. In the interest of time, I'll touch on just a few of the initiatives targeted by this amendment. First, the amendment would prevent DHS from using formal rulemaking to improve the provisional waiver of the 3- and 10-year unlawful presence bars. These waivers were created by Congress in 1996 to help U.S. citizens from avoiding extreme hardship that would result if their close relatives were forced to remain abroad for 3 or 10 years as part of the process of obtaining a green card. The changes that the administration intends to make to the provisional waiver process would actually bring the waiver more closely in line with the terms of the waiver enacted by the Congress. Second, the amendment would prevent DHS and the Department of Defense from taking steps to ensure that U.S. citizens who want to serve in the military will be permitted to do so, notwithstanding the fact that they have an undocumented parent, spouse, or child. And third, the amendment would prevent DHS from finalizing regulations to permit spouses of H-1B workers who are waiting for a green card to get work authorization themselves. It would also prevent DHS from increasing job portability for H-1Bs, which helps raise wages, increase opportunities, and reduce exploitation. Fourth, the amendment would prevent the administration from using its parole authority and national interest waiver, both created by Congress, to capitalize on the innovation of foreign entrepreneurs and to make green cards available to accomplished entrepreneurs with a track record of creating jobs and generating substantial revenue. Finally, the amendment would block a series of initiatives designed to promote the integration of immigrants and refugees into our communities and to help lawful permanent residents complete the naturalization process to become U.S. citizens. In fact, the only November 20 executive action not blocked is the one pertaining to pay increases and workforce realignment in ICE. The message this sends, I think, is that pretty much everything the administration has done over the past 6 years to defer removal for the parents of U.S. citizens, to promote legal immigration, promote citizenship, promote immigrant integration, set sensible enforcement priorities, spur entrepreneurship, protect American and foreign high-skilled workers, was somehow an unconstitutional abuse of power, but giving more money to ICE officers to track down and deport immigrants is just right. The Second Amendment is offered by Representative Blackburn and is more targeted but no less objectionable. This amendment would prevent the use of funds to further implement the original 2012 DACA memo and any succeeding memo or policy. Because there's been some confusion in the past, this amendment explicitly applies to new applications, previously denied applications, and applications to renew DACA. So it would prevent hundreds of thousands of young people who have already come forward and received deferred action from renewing their deferred action, and would, again, put these young people in a deportable status. The DeSantis Amendment is the Third Amendment, and it states that no fees or funds may be used to implement any immigration enforcement policy that fails to treat any person convicted of an offense involving domestic violence, sexual abuse, child molestation, or child exploitation as the highest enforcement priority. This amendment is largely unnecessary. Nearly all of the crimes described in the amendment already are treated as top priorities for the department. That is the case for crimes involving sex abuse of a minor, child pornography, rape, any crime of violence in which a person receives a sentence of 1 year or more, and nearly any felony regardless of the terms of imprisonment. The only crimes that do not fall within the highest priority are deemed significant misdemeanors under DHS, and they're in the second highest priority and still preclude the relief, the DAPA relief. So all the people we're talking about are high enforcement policies for DHS, and they're all ineligible for deferred action. This amendment is not unnecessary, however, it's also harmful, because under the DHS policy, it was explicitly made clear that careful consideration of domestic violence conditions must be given because we want to make sure that victims of domestic violence are not treated as a high enforcement priority. And here's the situation that can occur. In some jurisdictions, when there is a domestic violence call, all the parties present are arrested, and the theory being sorted out not in the living room with the battling Bickersons, but at a later date. Oftentimes, one of the victims may simply plead guilty to a minor offense to get out of jail. We believe, and the President has directed, that there should be scrutiny to make sure that you're not saying in that case the victim of violence is treated as if they are the offender. This amendment would nullify that. The Fourth Amendment is an amendment by Representatives Salmon, Thompson, and Glenn. It's based on a premise that I believe is false, which is that the President's immigration actions create an incentive for employers to hire deferred action recipients instead of American workers. That's not true. Small businesses, which are the vast majority of all businesses, are generally exempt from the employer mandate because they have fewer than 50 employees. And persons who have deferred action are counted in that calculation, so there's no incentive there to hire people with deferred action over other workers. Larger employees that provide insurance cannot pick and choose which of their employees get health insurance, and if they do not provide adequate insurance, the penalty they pay is generally based on the total number of employees, regardless of immigration status. So let's not forget that the alternative to allowing people to come forward to register with the government and get right with the law and obtain deferred action and work authorization is the status quo. Millions of workers living in the shadows and working under the table, where they are much more likely to undercut American workers and lower wages for everyone. And the final amendment, filed last Friday by Representative Schock, says it is the sense of Congress that USCIS should adjudicate petitions of individuals in lawful status before adjudicating petitions of individuals in unlawful status. I believe what the amendment is trying to get at is this. When DACA was initially implemented, there ended up being wait times for other petitioners, and that was really unacceptable. However, the amendment ignores the fact that USCIS is much better positioned to avoid delays than it was in 2012. The amendment also sweeps far too broadly. USCIS handles many petitions filed by people in unlawful status that we would never want to put at the back of the line. Asylum applications, adjustment of status applications, people married to American citizens, requests for U visas and T visas for people who are victims of sex trafficking or crime. These are all people who would be harmed by the amendment. I can't believe that that was the intention, but that would be the impact. I believe Congress needs to have a discussion about immigration policy. I'm always open to that discussion, and as you know, I was part of a bipartisan group that met for 4.5 years to try and craft a bipartisan bill, which we finally actually did. But I don't think these amendments really solve our need to reform our immigration system. Last time in committee, the chairman asserted that he didn't want to deport 11 million people, nor to deport the Dreamers. But that is exactly what these amendments would accomplish. So only if you approve deporting Dreamers and the parents of American citizens should you make these amendments in order. And I thank you for listening to me. These are important issues that I have devoted many, many years of my life to, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. If I can engage you gentlemen real quickly, I said I did not want to throw them out. There was a suggestion we wanted to load them on cattle cars, and I said that is not the process. So I did not say they could not be deported. What I was in reference to is the assertion. I mean, I'm from the party of Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, and Ronald Reagan. We follow process, but I know the gentleman.
I certainly did not mean to misstate the chairman.
The gentlewoman does understand what I'm saying there, and I appreciate it very much. Mr. Adderholt, welcome to the Rules Committee. I'm delighted that you're here. You're normally up here on appropriations time with agriculture. I assume, I've forgotten, do you still have that chairmanship? And that you did. That you did. Gentleman's recognized. Mic on, please, sir.
Thank you for having me here this evening, the distinguished members of the committee, and allowing me to speak on the amendment which I'm co-sponsoring with Congressman Mulvaney and Barletta to the Department of Homeland Security Appropriation Bill. I do want to recognize the work of Representatives Mick Mulvaney of South Carolina and Lou Barletta of Pennsylvania for their partnership on these important issues. For time's sake, I want to keep my comments brief, but please let me allow me to highlight some of the purposes of the amendment. The amendment that is before the Rules Committee prevents any funds appropriated or user fees collected by the agency to be used to carry out the executive actions that were announced on November the 20th, 2014 by the President, which will grant deferred action to an estimated 4 million people in this country unlawfully. Additionally, it declares that no funds may be used to implement any substantial similar policies to those that the amendment defunds. The amendment defunds the Obama administration's prosecutorial discretion memos, which have eroded immigration enforcement in the interior of the United States, and my colleague, Representative Barletta, I think will speak to that more directly in just a moment. Finally, the amendment clarifies that the programs we are defunding, regardless of their form, have no statutory or constitutional basis. Again, I've kept my comments to a minimum because certainly know that we're going to be here from several other members here this evening, but thanks for allowing me to be the committee and would be pleased to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Mr. Adderholt, thank you very much. Mr. Gutierrez, welcome to the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr.
You are
Chairman.
a very valuable part of this body, and your testimony is very welcome. And the gentleman knows that we last time had some words with each other, and I'm glad that the gentleman has come back. The gentleman's recognized.
Well, last month in this room, at this desk, and almost exactly at this hour, I testified before this committee on a bill headed to the floor the next day, and my testimony turned into quite a remarkable exchange between the chairman and myself on the issue of immigration. The bill in question was from Congressman Yoho of Florida and was intended to gut funding for the immigration executive actions that the President announced in a speech to the nation from the White House on November 20th, 2014. I argued in my testimony that undercutting the President's executive actions and defunding deferred action for childhood arrivals program from 2012 was tantamount, in my book, to calling for the blanket deportation of every undocumented immigrant, all 11 million immigrants in the country illegally. Indeed, anyone out of status who comes in contact with our immigration system. I tried to lay out the logical extension of that policy, the more than 55,000 jumbo jets, we would need to deport 11 million people, and the thousands of airplanes we would need in addition if we were to send 5 million U.S. citizen children and the millions of legal permanent residents, family members along with them. I discussed that the fruit that would rot in the fields if we drove every undocumented immigrant out of the agricultural industry by making them all priorities for deportation. For as we know, the vast majority of those that work in our fields are undocumented, as some call illegal aliens in this country. If you will recall, Mr. Chairman, you were not too happy with me that evening. You thought it was outrageous to claim that any member of Congress, or to use your words, quote, no one in reasonable Republican leadership, end quote, contemplated anything of the kind. You assured me that you would never contemplate deporting immigrants, quote, unless, quote, they were dangerous to this country and committed a crime. And to suggest anything else was an affront to you personally. Well, now we are discussing legislation designed to make certain immigrants a priority for deportation. They are, one, dreamers who came to this country as children and submitted their fingerprints for a criminal background check and passed that criminal background check. They passed it. No crimes. Most of them have been 3 years working, filling out income tax returns. Got right with the law. The amendments taken together with DHS appropriations bills say they would not only be treated as deportable, would be a serious priority for deportation equal to any criminal. 2, the spouses of military service members would no longer be protected from deportation while their husbands and wives are fighting for this country overseas. Spouses of those who have fought or are currently fighting. We have this incredible broken immigration system that on the one hand gives a man or a woman an order to go and protect the nation, and at the same time receives an order for the deportation of their spouse. Actions taken by the president to grant them parole would be lifted so that they would also be made a priority for deportation. 3, the victims of domestic violence who come in contact with local police would be lumped right in with the men who beat them up and abused them. And they would have the same priority for deportation, the abuser and the woman abused. That is something that this administration has taken care of, as the gentlelady from California asserted earlier. Dreamers, military spouses, and victims of domestic violence. These are the 3 groups Republicans feel are getting too easy a ride under President Obama. A president who has deported more people than any other in the history of this nation. A president who is protested at every event by immigration activists for deporting too many people. Now Republicans are saying we need to deport more dreamers, more military spouses, and more victims of abuse. In the New York Times, my colleague, Matt Salmon of Arizona, said that what the Republicans have put forward is designed to satisfy the most conservative elements of the Republican Party on the immigration and deportation issue. He said he was very happy that Republican leadership was lining up to give the deport them all wing of the party everything they asked for. Quote, this is as close to 100% as we've ever gotten on a tough issue like this. So here we are, reaching back to the president's first term to make dreamers, military spouses deportable. Republicans in the House are saying that the very idea enshrined in American law, that prosecutors should be able to apply the law so that the real threats and criminals are at the top priority and non-criminal and non-threats are not a top priority, the whole nation is thrown out the window. But wait, all of the president's actions are unconstitutional, and he has overstepped his powers in the minds of Republicans. But they make one exception. There is one exception, Mr. Chairman. The president was absolutely acting within the law when he addressed the salaries of our law enforcement officers and put them on the par with federal law enforcement officers. He did that together with the Dreamers and with Americans and the parents of American citizen children. The Republicans agree with that, so therefore the president has the constitutional authority. But when the Republicans disagree, the president is a dictator and a rogue. I find it hard to believe that after the incidents we all saw unfolding overseas this very past week, bombings and shootings and hostage taking in recent days, that your side wants to play political theater with a federal agency, the biggest law enforcement entity we have, the entity charged with guarding our ports, our cargo, our borders, our airports, and our coasts. I just don't see how this is good politics, good policy, or a way of assuring the American people that the United States Congress is in the hands of a Republican Party that's doing everything to keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Castro, welcome. I'm delighted that you're here, a gentleman from San Antonio, where I consider really to be my hometown. I went to high school, and yes, sir, and I want to really tell you we're delighted that you're up here and with us, and I hope your brother's well. Now, are you as upset as I am about the catching of the football? There you go. You heard it best. See, we're talking about Ohio State, we're talking about Texas Tech today, now we're talking about Dallas Cowboys. There you go. Gentleman's recognized. Your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I submitted 4 amendments, and I'll go through them fairly briefly for you. The first one is a $1 million increase to the United States Immigration and Customs Operations to supply, administer, and test victims of rape at detention facilities using rape kits, and decrease within the same subheading by $1 million the salaries and expenses account within the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Many of you on the committee may have followed in the news that there have been many instances now of both alleged and verified sexual assaults at detention centers in different parts of mostly the southwestern United States. And as we did our investigatory work, we found that according to the agency, some of these detention centers may have rape kits and some may not. Oftentimes, the victims of sexual assault are sent over to hospitals. But because some of these detention centers, in fact, many of them are in more remote areas of states, those hospitals are sometimes long distances away. This would simply provide a budget for rape kits to be at the facilities, at the detention centers, to be used by the medical personnel there. That's my first amendment. My second amendment would be essentially a raise for Border Patrol agents. I know that in this bill there is a raise that is included, but we also know that for a few years their raises were frozen. So it would include an increase of $5 million for Border Patrol salaries. The third one is a $1 million increase for TSA, specifically for the screening of airport employees. A few weeks ago, there was a very alarming story about gun smuggling, an employee who was gun smuggling out of the Atlanta airport, smuggling guns to New York. Now, in that instance, it was a case of gun smuggling, but you can imagine that if an employee can smuggle guns, they can be smuggling drugs, other contraband, or even explosives. So this amendment highlights that issue and requests an increase of $1 million to address that situation, Chairman. And then the fourth one, of course, is the biggest amendment that I have, which is essentially contravenes or offsets Mr. Adderholt's amendment and Ms. Blackburn's amendment, would essentially negate legally what they're trying to do with their own amendments.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. Barletta, we're delighted that you're here. The opportunity for you to come to the Rules Committee is exciting for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're delighted that you're and gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I came to Congress, I was the mayor of my hometown in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. Hazleton's 2,000 miles away from the nearest southern border. It's not a town that you would expect to have a problem with illegal immigration, but we did. I saw that our population increased by 50%, which is a large growth for a city. However, our tax revenue stayed the same. So can you imagine trying to provide services to a city that has grown by 50%, but no more tax revenue to provide those services? I saw illegal immigration from a different perspective than many of my colleagues, because I had to deal with it firsthand. A mayor of a small town with limited revenue, our school district, just to show you how it affected all aspects of life, our school district in the year 2000, ESL, English as a Second Language, the budget was $500. Just 5 years later, the budget was $1.5 million. But yet we weren't seeing any more revenue. So we were seeing a whole different side of the problem of illegal immigration that many others haven't seen. I remember one time we had arrested a guy for, he was selling drugs on a playground. It took our detectives 5 hours. He was in the country illegally. It took our detectives 5 hours to find out who he was. He had 5 Social Security cards. And I realized that law enforcement doesn't know who they're dealing with, too, in many times. I testified as a mayor at the time to Senator Kennedy and Senator Specter and said that this is a national security problem. We had, in our little city, we had taken down a fraudulent documentation ring where for $1,500 to $3,000, you can get a whole new identity. You can become anyone you want. And I saw a different side of the problem, and very few people recognize that. You know, I remember back in 1986, President Reagan gave amnesty to what was to be 1.5 million people, turned out to be 3 million people, because immediately when people realize they're going to get amnesty, more people will rush to come in. There was a man named Mahmoud Abu Halima. He was given amnesty as an agricultural worker, but in reality, he was a cab driver in New York. He was involved in the 93 plot to blow up the World Trade Center. The only thing he ever planted in America was a bomb. So my problem that began my crusade was that we are not going to be doing face-to-face interviews. When we do background checks, anytime anybody said that we're going to do background checks, there will be no face-to-face interviews with any of the applicants. We will have no idea whether the information that we're getting is the truth, whether it's really a good person that just wants a better life, or it's somebody that came here to do something wrong. So it was as mayor that I saw firsthand how illegal immigration can affect a community trying to provide services with limited resources. I believe that my stance against illegal immigration was the reason that I was elected to Congress in the first place. And let's be clear about something right now. The President's amnesty program did not just begin all of a sudden with his announcement on November 20th. It goes back well beyond that. It goes back to the so-called Morton memos of 2011, and that led to the Deferred Action for Children Arrivals Program, or DACA, of 2012. I believe we must do everything that we can to defund the President's amnesty program, and in my view, stopping the enforcement of the directives contained in the Morton memos goes straight to the heart of it. Those memos instructed immigration officers to ignore broad categories of illegal immigrants and halt deportation hearings for them. In short, the memos told immigration officers to view the law the way President Obama wished it had been written, rather than how Congress actually wrote it. This completely guts immigration enforcement in the United States. And I've talked to ICE agents about it. And many of them have told me that because of these memos, they are actually afraid to do their jobs. I'm someone who has dealt with illegal immigration as a small-town mayor. I know what it looks like on the back end when the federal government doesn't do its job. Our amendment, very simply, is about making sure that, at long last, we enforce the law. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you very much. I want to thank each of you. I believe Mr. Gutierrez spoke about what happened last time we were here. I don't need to recharacterize it. I only slightly disagree with some of your recollection, but I do know it was a difficult time. Today, we've had a chance to think about what we're doing. I believe there have been perfecting amendments to allow and think and see about the actions that are taking place. I, myself, will have to make a determination about where I am in this issue. And I feel very strongly that we should, as a Congress, as a body, and as a party, my party, address this issue. We have been placed in this position right now, I believe, rightly or wrongly, at a disadvantage. I believe the President of the United States took advantage of a circumstance. He's been taking advantage of things that he believes in. But I do not believe this president nor any president should go and unilaterally do things which do not seek the proper role of statutes and laws in this country of this nature. And I find myself as a member of this body believing that we can address these, and we should address these. But I believe it's wrong by what the President's done. Earlier, when we opened up the hearing, I spoke about what I believe was illegal, unlawful, and unconstitutional. And my party has taken a few minutes and thought about this over the last few weeks. And I think that you've seen a fair presentation on both sides by honest people who can sit at the same table and recognize what we're doing. What our party is not doing is attempting to do anything at the last minute. My party is not, nor is this body, attempting to do anything without agreement by the United States Senate. We recognize and respect that process. But I believe that my party and its people do understand that once this process is started and done, we're going to have to deal with it in an effective and honest way, and I believe that's what we're doing. So for the 5 of you who've showed up today who have disagreement, I applaud you for coming to this body and for speaking your mind, and I'm delighted that you're here. Chairman Cole?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the members for being here. I know all of you well. Maybe not quite as well for you, Mr. Castro, but look forward to getting to know you better and work with you more in the years ahead. And look, we all know what a challenging issue this is and how high the emotions run and how difficult the debate is likely to be. But I think it's an important debate and discussion for us to have. I appreciate all of you playing, frankly, leading roles in that. You know, I look at what we're likely to do here and and this week as beginning that debate and that process. I'm going to associate myself with the Chairman's remarks about recognizing the role the United States Senate has to play in this. But it's important, in my view, that we proceed legislatively in regular order, which is what I think we're trying to do here, because I think that's, over time, what works the best. And that's where I do disagree with the President on this issue. I think he's, whether intentionally or not, short-circuited that. And I think if we're going to get to a national consensus, then there has to be a national debate and a legislative process. I know all of your positions well, know the legislation well, don't really need to ask any questions. I just want to tell you, I think that each and every one of you is playing a really important role in this process. And, you know, it's time for us to have this discussion. I suspect this will not be the only piece of legislation we see this year about this, but I do think addressing the President's unilateral actions is the place to begin. And I think that's what this legislation does, or many of these amendments do. I do want to say this. I take considerable pleasure in the fact that in the underlying base bill, we're actually pretty close together. And the base bill is actually a pre-conference bill. It was conference between a Democratic Senate and a Republican House, with the President, of course, playing a role. So in a lot of the spending, we're not too far apart, and in a lot of the emphasis. And so I think this will both clarify the differences in these amendment debates, but also move us closer, ultimately, toward a legislative solution, which is, in the end, where we've got to get to. And I don't think you know, unilateral actions are likely to ever solve the question. So, again, I just want to thank each of the members for being here. Look forward to the discussion. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your comments, and I do appreciate the not only the way you've said them, but the spirit in which you mean what you've said very much. And for a man who's engaged in the heart of this battle, I think it's important for us to speak clearly about a chance to work together, which you've done. Thank you very much. Mrs. Slaughter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not really entitled to ask you questions because I missed the testimony. I was doing special orders on Governor Cuomo, so I hope you'll forgive me for that. But I will tell you, the way I see this whole thing, what we're doing here, is a fit of pique. If the President had not taken unilateral action, no action whatever would have been taken. There wasn't much option here to try to move things forward and to get things done. I hope you all saw the chart, I believe today in the New York Times, about how many special orders that President Obama has issued in comparison with Ronald Reagan. I think it was about a third as many. And nobody on my side, or at least we have no evidence of it, that anybody went screaming to the court and say he can't do that because we don't want that done. I'm absolutely at a loss to try to even understand why we are being so awful about immigration and not being able to do it, since this is a country of immigrants. Any more than I can understand the constant haggle trying to take health care away from people. I mean, I don't know what the country's coming to. I mean, I've been here a while, but there's a meanness, a mean streak that runs through all this that I really find very distressing. And we can put all the nice clothes on this thing that we want to, but we're playing with Homeland Security here today. And what we saw last week, how dare we do that to the American people? Just because you don't like what Barack Obama did. Let's grow up, for heaven's sakes, here. I wish to goodness that there would be some possibility, which absolutely does not exist, that we would maybe have a rule that just to fund the Homeland Security Department, which we should have done in the first place. Secretary Johnson said he couldn't possibly make a plan. He didn't know how in the world he was going to run his agency without any budget. We've just dangled this out here for months. Enough already. I think what we look like in the rest of the world, all those people who marched in France, all those people out there Sunday, if they knew that the United States Congress was here about to destroy Homeland Security because most of us can't vote for it because of what you're doing to a large section of children who we've all said live here, have meant us no harm, need education, and we all know, and certainly Mr. Gutierrez has pointed out all the reasons why we cannot deport 11 million people. So I'm a little put out about it because we've been up here for hours on this. It will probably pass the Senate, but it'll be vetoed, and we know that. So it's just, again, another exercise in futility of the United States Congress being unable to step up to the base and do its job. So I appreciate your efforts. They won't work a bit in the world, but we keep trying. Thank you all for coming, all of you. You're all my friends. I think very highly of every one of you, but I'm so tired of these games. We'd all be so much better off if we'd stop it. It takes too much energy. We'd be much better off doing many, many other things to move this country forward. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back her time. Gentleman, George, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I wish the gentlelady from New York had been here for all of Mr. Barletta's testimony. I think it really sells us as an institution short to describe what's going on here as meanness. When I listened to that testimony, I heard a public servant who was trying to serve his folks as a mayor back home, someone who was struggling to provide for families services and requirements that they have to live their life as we as Americans want it to be done. You didn't hear a bit of meanness. You didn't hear a bit of anti-immigrant conversation. What you heard is someone trying to find answers and trying to find solutions. The other gentleman we have here offering amendments on our side of the aisle is the former chairman of the Homeland Security Appropriations Subcommittee. To suggest for a moment that someone who has borne that burden of responsibility is here today trying to undermine national security defies the collegiality that I would have said we have developed here. And it makes me sad because this is an important issue. I have a district full of first-generation families. I doubt there's someone who's been in Congress more than 5 years who didn't try to work a case for a constituent family who had a loved one pass away and wanted to bring a young family member in from overseas to be with the family at the funeral. But U.S. consular officers had to say, no, you don't meet the qualifications for coming into the country. You can't come to be a part of your family's grieving. You have to stay away. Now, as it turns out, as the president has defined things, if you'd defied American law, if you'd snuck in to be with your family, if you'd been smuggled in to be with your family, there is now a pathway to the American dream for you. But what there is not a pathway for, still as we sit here today, are those families in my district who also want to be reunited. Those families in my district who also want to be together in their time of meeting. Dadgummit, I know that we can find solutions to these things. To suggest that if we don't do it the president's way, it's never going to get done, again, rejects a whole dais full of folks who have exactly the same challenges in their district that the gentlelady has in her district. And finally, having sat through 2 years, 4 years of Rules Committee hearings where the definition of futility was passing a bill in the House because it was what we believe, but it's going to go nowhere in the Senate. It distresses me to no end that the new definition of futility is to pass a bill that the Senate is also going to pass, but now if the President rejects it, now that's an exercise in futility. And sadly, if that's the way we've defined things, that what the House does doesn't matter, and what the Senate does doesn't matter, what matters is what the President believes, it is no wonder that some of my colleagues are not as outraged by these November actions as I am. This is not an immigration issue that we're talking about tonight. It is a separation of powers issue, and it is tremendously important that we have both of those conversations. Not a conversation about rhetoric, but a conversation that leads to solutions. We need to solve our Article I, Article II issues, and we need to solve our immigration challenges that, again, impact families in my district with every bit as much intensity, if not more, given the composition of my district, as any member on this dais. And I'm to those folks who are working independently to try to make a difference, and for those families in my district and in theirs, I'm grateful to folks for doing that. I do. I believe that we have 218 votes for a solution. I believe in my heart that what the President did in November is making it harder to provide those solutions, not easier. And I regret it, because this isn't an academic conversation. This is about real people and real lives.
Mr. Woodall, would you yield to me
Happy
for
to
just
yield
a
my
moment? I'll be extraordinarily brief, but I do think that given the importance of Homeland Security, frankly, I think leaving it out of the omnibus in the first place was really a drastic error. And as we said, the Secretary said he really couldn't run a committee or an agency if he didn't know what his budget was, or if he's even going to have one. But so I certainly agree with the importance of that, but by attaching immigration to it, surely you knew that what you were going to draw was a veto, as well as probably not very many votes on my side.
Well,
And not because we don't believe in Homeland Security, but the attachment of that. And frankly, it was the poison pill that we had in the banking bill, I think, that brought that down on the floor last week. We're going to have to be very alert to watch out to see that Dodd-Frank doesn't just disappear completely off the books here with little sidling things in left and right. But I stay with what I'd said in the first place. I think it's almost a childish thing to add something like that to try to make the President mad, to goad him, poke him with a stick, or whatever it is you're trying to do here. I yield back.
I hope that we can come to an agreement that defending Article I prerogatives is not synonymous with poking the President with a stick. I hope that it's bigger than that. I hope that it is more substantial than that. I don't intend to dissuade the gentlelady of her views. I only wish to dissuade her that she's in an institution surrounded by meanness. I suggest to her that she's in an institution surrounded by caring and compassion and a deep, deep, deep love for this country on both sides of the aisle. And I think if we focus on that commonality as opposed to the differences, we're more likely to come to solutions than the other way around. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fox. First, Madam Chair, I would ask unanimous consent to include the statement of administration.
Without objection.
And I lift from its third paragraph the following. However, the administration strongly opposes the addition of any amendments to the legislation that would place restrictions on the department's ability to get smart enforcement priorities focused on criminals, national security threats, and recent border crossers, hold undocumented immigrants accountable, and modernize the legal immigration system. The President's Immigration Accountability Executive Actions strengthen our border security, ensure undocumented immigrants who are parents of U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents pass background checks or to obtain temporary relief from removal, and require everyone to play by the same rules. If the President, with objectionable restrictions, if he's presented with objectionable restrictions, his senior advisors would recommend that he veto this bill. Mr. Chairman, following on the discussion from my good friend from Georgia, I would just ask him if these 5 amendments that Ms. Lofgren so adequately explained from the position that she takes after years of working in, before coming to Congress on this issue and in Congress as well, and being a county official also at some point. Do you see these 5 amendments as the solution to our immigration problem? I asked my friend from Georgia.
I thank my friend. I see these 5 amendments as a solution to our constitutional separation of powers problem.
All right. I hear you on that, and I've been around here long enough to see and know the effects of other presidents' executive actions. And I understand, I believe, you all's outcry up to a point. But we've all done the Je suis Charlie thing by mentioning what happened in France. But this particular measure, the base Homeland Security measure, it makes a decrease of $39 million in the National Programs and Protection Directorate for Cybersecurity. Now, let's bring us to January 12th and the early portions of this day that most of us awaken to. In addition to the many retail establishments, many of whom we do business with and have had credit cards with, and the Sony cyber invasion, now we wake up and learn that some portions, it's very good that it was unclassified in large measure material at the Central Command of the United States was attacked under cybersecurity. So I just ask my colleagues, how do you feel, and I'll do it rhetorically, taking $39 million away from the directorate? Now let me tell you what happens. I don't know how many of you have, other than fighting bureaucracies or been involved in them yourselves, but once you reprogram money, or if you don't have money and you start tinkering with it, when you do get powered up, and I might add footnote right there, we will be back here. When the deadline for this ends, we'll be right back here talking about this same measure again, when we could very well have passed a clean appropriations measure and indeed could have the discussion that we need to have in this country about immigration. So toward that end, I just, for the life of me, cannot understand why we would not want to fully fund the Directorate for Cybersecurity, all of us knowing that we are likely to be confronted with many more issues of cyber security concern to all of us, and we'll live to see that, because it's going to happen, no doubt, sooner rather than later. Now, I want to direct my attention to one of the newest members, and Mr. Sivers, I too want to see Ohio State get on with this business, so I won't spend too much more time. But I do want to address Mr. Collins, and I hope mine and his becomes a similar friendship to that I share with your fellow Georgian, my good friend, Mr. Woodall. Mr. Collins, I don't speak for Mr. McGovern. You'll be here enough to hear from me until sometimes you will wish that you had not accepted this position on this committee. But there is no time that I can think of in the long period that I've been on this committee that I have feigned indignation, nor do I feel that about my colleague, Mr. McGovern. We all speak very passionately, as you did, and we have that prerogative. You will hear from me sometimes real indignation about ideological attacks like what's going on right now with these amendments. But I'm not feigning, and I just want to make it very clear that this is pretty serious.
Will the gentleman yield?
Of course I will.
I appreciate it, and I do appreciate my friend from Florida, and do look forward to that relationship growing. I think probably you're right. Feigned indignation probably was not the right. I was probably trying to be lighter than I should have been. I believe the perception of indignation, I believe the perception that something that we on this side, many of us have believed to do, and then to bring up the fact that instead of talking about what has been mentioned here on the Article 1, Article 2 separation, the what we truly believe is the issue, which I believe should be a bipartisan problem, a bipartisan issue for Congress. I go home all the time, and the root of both, and many times my Democrat, because I represent Democrats as well as, although my very conservative district represent Democrats and Republicans, they feel like Congress doesn't matter anymore. They send to us and they say, well, what are y'all doing anyway? It doesn't seem to matter because we run on continuing resolutions. We run on executive orders and executive memoranda, which, by the way, has been used a great deal in this and often overlooked because we focus on the executive order, and this is executive memoranda, actually, that we're dealing with here. So I will say this to my colleague. I appreciate the passionate debate, one of the reasons why I agreed to come up here. But also, please accept when I say probably should not have used feign, because I believe it was a diversionary. To say that for us to talk about immigration is where we really need to do, and not have those discussions when at the same point being at times felt like passionately spoken to, when it could have been done, when we've already had other bills we've talked about in this committee today that were forced upon a minority at that time, our party. That was my purpose, and that was what I was trying to say, is let's deal with the real issue here. And don't say, in the essence, it's not about immigration. It's about a president who overstepped his bounds. It's about a president, and that is our focus here. And these fine ladies and gentlemen, I work with many of them on the Judiciary Committee. We hear from each other. Sometimes we agree, many times we don't. But the real issue from my side, at least from this gentleman's perspective, is we're dealing with something that was an overreach and an overstep. And for it to be characterized as anything less is really a retelling of history, and that was where I was coming from. And with that, I yield back to the judge.
I understand, and what led you to that was something that I hope that I can help to clarify for you, and that is that, and if you recall when you were speaking, you commented that Democrats, and you didn't say Democrats, you said y'all, and I say y'all a lot too. Yeah, hey, where do you think I'm from? But anyway, what you were saying was that we had control of the House and we had control of the Senate, and you were correct. And you say, why didn't you all do it then? It sounds so simple when you say it that way. It's almost as if the minority leader at that time, who now is the majority leader, did not have one of the most nuanced programs to ensure that nothing was done, not only on this subject, but on any subject. Now, let me tell you what the horror of that is getting ready to be as we move forward, and the 2016 election is going to suck up all the air in this place, and we all know that in a few minutes, where what you're getting ready to see is the flip side on the United States Senate. We call them the other body. And I can assure you that not much, never mind about the president's veto, and I do understand the distinction between Article 1 and Article 2. I don't have any arguments about the fact that you have that prerogative to bring it here as you see it. But the simple fact of the matter is we could have done a bipartisan appropriations bill that Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Lowy came up here and brought to us. And now we have this immigration attachment which can't reasonably help the argument on immigration. Now, let me turn to Mr. Barletta. And, Mr. Mayor, you represented Hazelton, I guess is the correct pronunciation. How many people at the time when you left the mayoralty lived in your constituency?
It was estimated about 30,000. At the time, during the court case, it was also estimated that about 10% of the population was there illegally. If I can make a point, and I think it's very important because I know it comes up often, enforcing or standing up against illegal immigration is not anti-immigrant. Our city was 49% Hispanic. I took probably at the time one of the strongest stances against illegal immigration. I won with 90% of the vote of that city. Our Hispanic population has grown every year from the time we passed the ordinance, which defies the theory that Hispanics would not come to Hazleton. In fact, they wanted to come to Hazleton. They wanted to move their families there. So I think it's important. It sounds good, but it's not the reality of what happens.
The reason that I ask you is you went in sort of into depth, not with any rhetoric, about the flip side of immigration and having dealt with it from the standpoint of a mayoralty where you had a substantial influx of people who were not here legally and were not being productive as far as taxes are coming in and services needed to be rendered. I just wanted you to understand that you don't have to come from a small town to know that flip side. I come from Broward County. I can't begin to believe that there are too many congressional districts in this country that have as many persons who share the Spanish language as the congressional district that myself and Ileana Ross-Lathan, and quite frankly, I think I have a more diverse group because I'm not limited to any one segment. I have a school that has 53 languages in that school. I have several that have more than 40. And one area you left out, and it may not have been your charge, I don't know how Pennsylvania is set up, but you left out hospitals and the people that present. And when you spoke about, and I agonize with you, when you spoke about the amount of money for your 30,000 citizens, I could fit them in my life with the beginning of persons coming to this country from Cuba and point to you the amount of money that we utilized in assimilating many of those persons, and rightly we did. The same way that we assimilated at some point, and then to use anecdotal information doesn't wash with me because I can use anecdotal information to justify just about any one of these situations. And let me give you for example. I don't know you well. I hope I do get to know you well. But by having a vowel at the end of your name, I suspect that your parentage may very well be from Europe somewhere. And I would more than likely suggest...
My nose gives that away, not the vowel.
Yeah, but I would suggest, is your grandfather or great-grandfather, are they Italian?
They are.
Yeah, and then you see, let's use something I shared, a lot of the territory of Italians who came here. 29 of the 31 mafia families lived in the congressional district that I represented previous to this one. And to talk about harm done by illegals, I can begin to tell you that we should never shun the harm that was done by certain immigrants that came to this country. My parents...
Talking about the Italian immigrants?
No, I'm just talking about one aspect when it comes to crime. And I was going to ask you and want to ask you, how do you reconcile...
I wasn't talking about the nationality of any... See, an illegal immigrant could come from anywhere, sir.
Yeah.
So I wasn't talking about Italians or...
Follow you very carefully. But most times, in these days when we are talking about it, We're talking more about people that share the Spanish language than we are Russian immigrants, okay? I got my share of them too. So I will just go into it with you. I want you to reconcile for me, if you can, President Obama having the reputation for deporting more people than any president in history.
Sure, I can do that for you.
Sure.
What he's counting is turnarounds at the border. He's not counting about deportations on the interior. Where they never counted a turnaround at the border before as a deportation, they now included them in their numbers. So, you know, you talk about trying to make, shine a different color light to make somebody buy a different color suit. That's exactly what you're talking about.
I'd like for Mr. Gutierrez to respond to that.
First of all, let's be very clear that we are not fixing the problem that the gentleman from Pennsylvania raised. We're not fixing that here today. He spoke about people that didn't pay taxes. I got 600,000 young people that are on the books with Social Security cards, paying taxes and getting right with the law. He's talking about people that the police didn't know who they were. I got 600,000 kids who went through a background check, paid $495 and paid another $90 so that their fingerprints could be processed. That's what he's talking about. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about people who are on the books paying taxes, contributing. Now, if the gentleman had come forward and said, well, look at these thousands of people, Mr. Gutierrez, who aren't paying taxes, who are criminals, but that's not what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about members of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. Members of the Armed Forces of the United States of America, who when the president saw that their spouses were being deported while they were receiving orders of deployment, there was an order of deportation, said that's wrong. That's what you're eliminating here. So I can't understand, even casually, what was going on in your city, in your town, with what we're addressing here. I want to address immigration reform. I will just.
No, I have the time, but I'll yield.
I just want to say, we're here to address immigration reform. We could take care. Look, there are bad people out there. Let's go get them. We only put enough money to go get 400,000 people. There are 11 million of them. So why don't we set aside the parents of American citizen children, 5 million of them, parents of American citizen children, why don't we set them aside when we go after the bad people? And all of them got to go through a background check. Get right with the law, get on the books, so that when they come across a police officer in your town, he shows them a registration, shows them where they work and that they're working legal. So I don't think one thing has anything to do with the other. And here's the astonishing thing. They used to say that when they came to the border and they got caught, right, it was catch and release, catch and release. So the anti-immigrant forces in the Congress and the nation simply said, that's catch and release. Now they catch them and they don't release them. Because precisely the argument was that they were simply released back once again to be caught once again. Now they are processed, they are jailed. The number one crime prosecuted under Barack Obama's administration, the number one felony crime prosecuted under Barack Obama's administration is illegal re-entry to the United States of America, and yet people will sit here in this venue and other venues and say he hasn't done anything. It's 2 million people deported. Maybe for others, it's simply a turnaround at the border. I suggest that you simply come into our neighborhoods and see the real fear. And many of us know, we have held the hearings, we have been out in our communities and state to state. So it doesn't, it is real.
Let me yield and give Mr. Barletta an opportunity to respond.
Thank you. I appreciate yielding the time. That's what makes this issue such a difficult issue. You're talking about some good people, some children. I know some great people that are here illegally. What makes this such a tough issue is, how do you separate salt from sugar? How do you separate the good from the bad? How do you separate the young child from somebody who's here that wants to do harm? You know, the 9/11 Commission report, which Congress passed and the President signed, was very clear that the terrorists, people that are in the country that want to do us harm, they want primarily two things. Number one, they want to gain entry
into this country, and then two, they want to be able to stay. My point is, with the president giving unilateral amnesty without face-to-face interviews, you can't do a background check on a person. As a mayor, I know this.
Just reclaim my time for just one moment. Does that include fingerprints? When you say you can't do background checks, and Mr. Gutierrez just got through telling you about people that signed up and gave their
You
fingerprints?
have no record of the person from their country of origin. You can't prove that. You can't prove who that person
But
is.
in many instances, their country of origin, they have fingerprints at the schools and other places where they've been. They cleared background checks. We're talking about people came here, their parents brought them here at age 2. And are American citizens.
The person that's here,
Yeah.
we're talking about two different people.
Perhaps so, and perhaps that's what we should be doing, and I won't belabor it. I hear you, Ms. Lofgren, but my colleagues want to be on about their business. I'm going to do one other thing and stop right here, and that is, we've been using the figure 11 million for 11 years. There must by now be 12 million people in this country, so let's begin to try to get it right, all right? And then if we couldn't get rid of 11, we damn sure ain't going to get rid of 12.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Mr. Stivers.
I appreciate the witnesses being here. I've got a question for gentleman from Pennsylvania and the gentleman from Alabama. Nothing in your amendments suggests that you don't want to address immigration issues, does it?
Let me just speak to that, and I think that's something that Congress realizes that we have to address. This, as I mentioned earlier in my opening comments, simply prevents any funds that are appropriated and user fees collected by the agency to be used to carry out the executive actions announced on November the 20th, 2014, which will grant deferred action to an estimated 4 million people in the country, signed by President Obama.
I agree that nothing in there is. So the real argument here is not whether we take action on immigration, secure our border, reform legal immigration, deal with folks who are here illegally, but how we do it. And that Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 of our Constitution says that we all took an oath to protect and defend, says Congress has the power, and I'll quote here, to establish uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws about the subject of bankruptcies through the United States. Those two things are not intended to be together, but the whole point is uniform laws created by Congress. And that's really what the fight's about here. And I don't think the gentleman from Pennsylvania or the gentleman from Alabama are saying we don't want to deal with this issue. We do prefer to deal with it in a step-by-step approach. I think that's, these 2,000 and 3,000 page bills have not been very good for America in most cases because they're hard to implement and they don't seem to work. And so the gentlemen, I think, are here trying to solve the problem of the fact that this was done in a way that I don't think conforms to our Constitution. I respect what they're trying to do. I certainly respect the points that the other representatives have made because I do think we've got to reform immigration. I happen to believe that we need to reform it on a step-by-step basis. And I know that we have disagreements about how we do that, but I think you will see that things will start to happen on that with regard to border security. And we passed a bill in this House last year with, I think, 350 votes that dealt with legal immigration. And we've got to, it didn't do everything, but it did a bunch of things to get us started. And I know that Mr. Chaffetz from Utah is going to reintroduce that bill and try to expand that and do some things on that too. So I appreciate all the witnesses being here, appreciate your points of view. We clearly are a diverse country with diverse views on many things, including this issue. But I think the bottom line is this is really a fight about how we're going to get to a solution, not necessarily that whether people want to get to a long-term solution on these issues. So I appreciate the witnesses, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have an amendment, and on the next panel, I'd like to be able to present my amendment as well, which is an amendment to actually include last session's bill on comprehensive immigration reform as an amendment. There's been a lot of talk about how this doesn't solve our broken immigration system. There seems to be agreement from both sides that this doesn't solve our broken immigration system. So I hope to put a solution forward, and I hope that's included. And it truly is incumbent upon us to address this issue. Both sides acknowledge that this doesn't. I think the President has certainly taken some steps, not to address the issue of our broken immigration system, but to do the best that he can as our chief executive with the hand that he's been dealt by Congress, namely a set of facts where we have 10, 11, 12 million people here illegally. We don't know. And I think my colleague from Florida is correct in saying it's going to go up if we continue to take action. There's no doubt about that. If it's 11 or 12 million now, it'll be 13 or 14 million in 5 years. Nothing is changing until Congress changes it. And I think what this executive action tries to do is it's say, let's focus on keeping Americans safe. Let's focus our enforcement resources on criminals, on criminal aliens. And we know we don't have enough resources. Congress hasn't given us enough resources to enforce the law across the board. And I'd like to ask Ms. Lofgren with regard to prosecutorial discretion. It seems to me it's already being used in immigration. It's just used in a very disorganized, haphazard way at kind of the local level. All that seems to be happening to me here is there's just a set of rules replacing a selective enforcement that has to occur because there's only so many beds compared to the number of people. So, I mean, it's just, it's if anything, it's applying more organization, it seems like, to the manner with which we use our prosecutorial discretion. I wanted to ask her about that use and how this fits into precedents of use of prosecutorial discretion as well.
I thank the gentleman for the question, and in answer, I would ask unanimous consent to place into the record an analysis prepared by 135 scholars and law professors and confirmed by 4 former general counsels to the Immigration and Naturalization Service, including a general counsel during the Bush administration, that outlines the precedents for this action, pointing out that there is nothing that is unconstitutional, there's nothing that is a departure from past precedents, and some people may not like what the President did. I understand that. People can disagree. But it is not unconstitutional, and it is not a massive departure from what prior presidents have done. And I would note this, although I very much disagree with the litigation, it might be wiser for people who disagree on this subject to allow the litigation that's currently pending in the Federal District Court in Texas to proceed and find out the answer to the question rather than tying up the entire budget of the Homeland Security Department.
And Ms. Lofgren, again, and I heard I can't remember whether it was I think it was the gentleman from Pennsylvania referred to the President's actions as amnesty. I just asked Ms. Lofgren, has the President granted amnesty to anyone, Ms. Lofgren?
The President does not have the legal authority to give amnesty to anyone. What he has done is to defer prosecution on a case-by-case basis to people who are eligible to apply in some categories. For example, and this has been the case for some numbers of years, the spouses of American soldiers in active duty. And we came across cases where wives were home and their soldier husband was in Iraq and they were going to be deported, and who was going to take care of their children? And the Defense Department was greatly concerned by this phenomenon. So the President said in that case, we're going to give some deferred action. He can't give a status. He's going to say, those cases fall to the bottom of the list. We're not going to round up the wives of the American soldiers and deport them. We're going to go after the felons instead. And I think that's smart enforcement.
And if they have violated our laws, immigration or otherwise, that stays on their record. This is not cleared out. That's not amnestied. It's still.
You can't. The President lacks the authority to do that. And I would note that the memorandums specifically exclude people from relief who have committed crimes.
So given that the president doesn't have the ability to do this amnesty, do you agree that it's a mischaracterization to even call this amnesty?
Well, it's not amnesty, it's a prioritization of enforcement.
And in the absence of executive action, isn't there some way this prioritization occurs anyway at the
Well,
local
it's going to
level?
happen in a chaotic way.
Right.
And on the street, so that individual officers will be making determinations without a national strategy. And I don't think, certainly that's not what the Constitution requires. It's not what we would want. We want a national strategy that's smart and that is directed in a cohesive way. And that's what the president was attempting to do, and I think succeeded in doing.
And the final note I want to make before yielding back is I believe it was Mr. Hastings entered the statement of administration that this would face a veto into the record. And it's rather ironic because we're dealing with a bill about Homeland Security at a time of increased risk of terror. We saw the recent events in France. We have a president who disagrees with some of our colleagues in Congress over this. If this were to lead to closing down the Department of Homeland Security and putting Americans at risk over an unrelated policy issue, it would reflect not only poorly on this Congress, but it could really put the lives of Americans in danger. And I urge my colleagues to change course and to pursue a Department of Homeland Security appropriations bill that the president will sign, or that has two-thirds support. If you're able to get two-thirds support, by all means. I am very doubt that this bill will have anything close to two-thirds support. But one way or the other, I hope that the policies being pursued by my Republican colleagues do not put American lives at danger by closing down the Department of Homeland Security over an unrelated policy issue, one that I will be offering an amendment to address, Mr. Chair, given that both Democrats and Republicans agree that regardless of the contents of this bill, it does not solve our broken immigration system. I yield back.
Chairman yields back his time. The gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess, does not seek recognition. Mr. Collins, do you seek recognition?
I think.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. I think the interesting thing is here, let's take it back, and again, to the real heart of this. And I think as we came to my colleague from Florida, the heart of this is a general disagreement on how this was carried out. And I think one of the things is and even in this discussion on attaching to Homeland and attaching to a funding bill, again, as we saw in the occurrences of just a little bit ago, most of Homeland Security is deemed essential. This is an issue that would not play out in that vein. It goes back to what was done and how it was laid out. I believe it, again, in the context of where we're working, and Ms. Lofgren, you brought up a point. You said that a discussion, and we've talked about this before, that other administrations have done this, that is something. All I will say to that is, if it was wrong, it's wrong now, it was wrong then. And just simply pointing back to a wrong action to make a right now is not the way that you find this out. And
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen, I'll definitely yield to my friend.
I would, and we worked often on the Judiciary Committee. My point would be it wasn't wrong when Eisenhower, Reagan, Bush took certain actions any more than it is now. It wasn't wrong before, it's not wrong now, and I thank the gentleman
And this
for
is for the
yielding.
gentlelady, and I just disagree when it is done unilaterally, no matter who does it. And I think that goes back to my point that I tried to make earlier. This, to me, and probably to many others on our side of the aisle, is simply a matter that should concern all of Congress, both sides of the aisle, about the state of this body doing what it was elected and constitutionally required to do. And that is do our job. That is work this hard and make the hard votes and the hard decisions. And when we're sidetracked by this, it makes it very difficult for Ms. Gutierrez and others to have these conversations when you have this kind of a process put before us. That is the problem we have right now. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Collins, thank you very much. I want to thank not only members of our committee, but also this panel, Mr. Barletta, Mr. Adderholt, Mr. Gutierrez, Ms. Lofgren, Mr. Castro. You have both done yourself proud tonight but you have also, I think, represented the spirit of what we're really trying to accomplish here, and that's a sharing of ideas in this process. And I want to thank all of you. So we're going to move on to the next panel. I want to thank you all very much. If you have anything that you had in writing, if you'll please leave it for our awesome stenographer who's here trying to stay up with all the words that we give here. We have, that I'm aware of, 2 additional members. I'd also like to note that Mr. Glenn Grothman, who is from Wisconsin, has been attending this hearing for a couple hours, and I think it's rather telling of a new freshman who has taken time not to try and barge our way up here to get up in front of the camera, but rather who's taking a good view from the back row today. And I'd like to pat him on the back for coming up to the Rules Committee and watching us as we proceed. Ms. Lee, it's all yours. And we're now at the end of about 6 hours. We're going to try not to show it, but I would hopefully express to the gentlewoman as she turns on her mic that she is welcome to the committee. She knows she's welcome. And we would hope that she would get to her point, and the gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman very much, and with certainly with the long time frame that the committee members have been in, I thank you for the opportunity just to briefly make known my opposition on the amendments that have been put forward. I assume these amendments will be taken separately, and I will not at this time ask for an open rule, for which I would typically ask. I'd like to offer as an amendment comprehensive Save America Act, which has been introduced since the 1990s. I want to respond from the perspective of the Homeland Security Committee, and I know that representatives have been here from that committee, but just want to make brief points and then yield my time back. And I thank the committee for its courtesies. I want to cite 2 points that were made in a CQ article, one from the chairman of the Appropriations Committee that says it's a very dangerous time. Of course, he continues in that by saying he wonders whether the president would veto the Homeland Security bill. But his most potent point is that this is a very dangerous time. When Secretary Johnson came before our committee, he indicated that he obviously could not function first with a omnibus, but more importantly with a Homeland Security bill that was going to be delayed. And I think with the testimony that he gave and the acceptance that we live in a world of franchise terrorism, I would caution our colleagues with the kind of amendments that will draw a veto. I will finish by saying that, as my colleagues indicated, as I have introduced immigration bills, I've watched these processes without the executive order, working with ICE. Prosecutorial discretion is not new. And all that is in the executive order is a framework that is more stringent than the present structure that ICE utilizes, because in actuality, it requires a detailed process for anyone who would be granted not legal status, meaning not an immigration status, but permission to be in this country. And I think that we are clearly going in a direction that jeopardizes the national security of this nation if these amendments are allowed to be in contravention of the Secretary of Homeland Security, who said that he will have a very difficult time planning, he'll have a very difficult time dealing with the atmosphere in which we're in, and he will be shortchanged on some of the major elements like Coast Guard, Secret Service, and many others that are necessary. So I ask unanimous consent to put my statement in the record.
Without objection.
But I clearly wanted to emphasize the climate of franchise terrorism that we are engaged in this nation at this time, and that I would hope that these amendments would be rejected. We will vigorously oppose them on the floor, and I would suspect that we would have a veto, and I don't think the shame would be on the president. It really would be on us as a Congress. I finally close by saying When the president put in place the executive order, he said, "It is there until we pass legislation." This is not a permanent entity or document. And all we have to do is proceed with regular order of funding Homeland Security and begin a process of passing legislation that may be bipartisan, it may not, but it would be a legislative initiative that parallels the very need of funding Homeland Security, which I think is a must today in the backdrop of what we're facing. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give myself 1 minute. As you finish reading the bill, you will see that there is some $10 million that's also withheld from the Secret Service, pending which they provide, which has been requested, the information about how the Secret Service is going to adapt, adjust, and change their overseas operations where we have dignitaries, including the President of the United States, be a part of it. We have found in the United States Congress, I can't tell you why, the President of the United States and this administration doesn't like to respond back to us when we have questions. This is one of the avenues, withhold money, so we're going to withhold $10 million. I think that we were pretty wise and smart to do that. We care about the President. We care about the security issues, and we care that the President's running the government right now, the administration, but they should be required to come up with a plan and tell Congress, not just whatever they choose to do. So, does anybody on your side have a question for the gentlewoman? Okay. Did you see that? Yes. Okay. Would you want to look over here? Okay. Does anybody have a question for the gentlewoman from Houston? Seeing none. Thank you very much for taking time to join us. If you'll please make sure that you leave anything that you brought in writing for your statement, we appreciate it.
I will do so. I thank the generosity of my ranking member. I thank her for her humor. But let me just make sure that I correct it and say executive actions and not executive order. And I hear your point about the Secret Service. This would be an overall veto on all aspects of it, including, I think, the misdirected approach of abolishing or not allowing them to use the fees, which have been a mainstay of Homeland Security for many, many years.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that, let me yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentlewoman. Thank you. We have, that I am aware of, one additional person who is a member of this committee who would seek time. And if the gentleman chooses to be from the dais, that's great. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be offering an amendment to the rule to add a section that will require the House to consider a bill consisting of the text of a bill that we talked a lot about in the 113th Congress. It will be new in this Congress, and that is H.R. 15, which was passed in the last Congress by the Senate by more than 2/3. Looking at the changes in the Senate, there should still be enough votes to reach the 60-vote threshold. I don't know if it would pass with 2/3 again, but I think it would have north of 60 votes. And I do think it would pass the House. At least I hope that our members can have the opportunity to vote on. And if it doesn't, at least we know that we tried to bring a solution to immigration. One thing that I am really struck with is both everybody who testified acknowledged that whatever we're doing here with Homeland Security, this doesn't fix immigration. And people on both sides said they want to fix it, they want to fix it, they want to fix it. I'm offering a solution, and I hope that we make it in order. And I hope that we make other solutions in order. I really think that what our frustration here is we're dealing with this underlying issue of a broken immigration system. There's no easy answer about how you use prosecutorial discretion. Whether you use it or not, there's still 11 million people here illegally. I mean, it doesn't change, doesn't go up or down through the executive action. I think it's a more organized way to deal with it, and for the reasons Ms. Lofgren and others supported it, I think it's a reasonable thing to do. But I agree, just as they do, and just as everybody has, that it doesn't fix our broken immigration system. So I do have a bill to fix it. I hope that we can, I hope that my colleagues will agree to amend the rule to simply allow a up or down vote on that, and I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from your side? Seeing none. Questions from the Republican side?
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman's recognized.
Just one brief comment. I said to some presenters earlier, this is not an immigration bill. I don't think S-15 is going to fix anything anyway. I think it is going to further create a broken immigration system, but the only thing that would compound the bad process that has gone on because of what the president has done would be if we tried to stuff an immigration debate into this Homeland Security bill, and I would hope that my colleagues would vote no on the Polis amendment.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Mr. Stivers, how close to kickoff time are we?
We are, kickoff time was supposed to be 7 minutes ago, sir.
Oh, kickoff time was 7 minutes ago. Thank you very much. I'm sure you're not paying attention to that. Thank you very much. Mr. Polis, thank you very much for your amendment and discussion. This now, seeing no additional members who are here to seek time, this now closes the hearing portion of H.R. 240, Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2015. Chairman will now be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mrs. Fox. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant H.R. 37, the Promoting Job Creation, Reducing Small Business Burdens Act, to close the rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided, controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Section 2 of the rule provides H.R. 185, the Regulatory Accountability Act of 2015, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule makes in order only those amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equal divide and control by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part A of the report. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Section 3 of the rule provides H.R. 240, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2015, a structured rule. The rule provides 2 hours of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule makes in order only those amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the report. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. Finally, Section 4 of the rule provides that the chair of the Committee on Appropriations may insert in the congressional record not later than January 14, 2015, such material as he may deem explanatory of H.R. 240.
You've now heard the motion from the gentlewoman from Grand Park Community, North Carolina. And so I would ask if there's amendment or discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do have an amendment. I move we amend the resolution to remove the special waivers of points of order for the amendments to H.R. 240, the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. The rule says that Republicans don't have to comply with the rules of the House. The 5 amendments could not be offered on the floor without the Rules Committee giving them waivers of certain points of order. These 5 amendments are designed to sabotage a bipartisan deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security, and if they became law, they could throw their already broken immigration system into even greater chaos. It is irresponsible to give these poison pill amendments special protections from the rules of the House. And as we noted last week, in the last Congress, this committee handed out 97% of these kind of waivers to the Republicans and 3% to Democrats. I ask that we give an affirmative vote on this amendment.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman is correct that I have made a determination that I believe that they should be in, and thus they're in the rule. but the gentlewoman also recognizes that she has an opportunity to amend that with a vote. Further discussion, gentleman, Florida. Does
No,
not
Mr.
seek
Chairman.
recognition. No, we're now ready for the vote. Those in favor for the slaughter amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it. Roll call is requested.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Thank you.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? The gentleman from Colorado.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move we add a section of the resolution that requires the House to consider a bill consisting of the text of H.R. 15 from last Congress. It's from the 113th, the text of that, which is the bipartisan Senate-passed Comprehensive Immigration Reform Bill.
Thank you very much. The gentleman has made strenuous and regular comments related to this, so I believe the committee is aware of the legislation the gentleman speaks of. Further discussion? Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I would just like to put in the record that it's my understanding that that bill, although it was passed, was never sent to the House for its consideration because of the concerns of constitutional issues.
If the gentlelady would yield. Yeah, this is the
Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, thank you. This bill, this Congress, 114th, has not yet passed the Senate. It passed the Senate in the 113th Congress. We are now in the 114th. If we were to pass it, and this amendment was made in order, and then it were to pass on the floor, it would still need 60 votes in the Senate to become law. Are you talking about last Congress?
I was referring to the last Congress, not to this Congress.
Okay.
I was well aware that that bill passed in the last Congress, and that's what I thought I said, and if I didn't, I was correcting the record that has been made often that this bill had passed the Senate and been sent to the House. It was my understanding it was never sent to the House.
Not received.
Not received in the House.
It did pass the Senate with more than two-thirds.
In fact, it did. In fact, it's not been received for action by the House. That's the only point.
If I can just, there was a discharge petition filed on this bill, which about over 190 members signed that discharge petition. Just unfortunately, it was just short of the people we needed to sign it. Had we passed that bill, and I should point out, the bill has a couple improvements from the Senate version that it replaced, for instance, the border security language from the Senate with a border security language that had been unanimously passed out of the Homeland Security Committee with Democrats and Republicans, changing that. So it had furthermore, the language of this amendment, it is slightly different than the version that passed the Senate. If we were to pass this, it would go to the Senate, and they would need 60 votes for cloture.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the Pulse Amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it.
Roll call vote, Mr. Chair.
Roll call votes requested.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to, not agreed to. For a minute, discuss the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to H.R. 37 by Representatives Ellison, Issa, and myself, number 8, which would strike Title 7 of the bill. This is a move towards transparency that provides an amendment that simply improves the bill, frankly. U.S. regulators are already lagging behind with regard to implementing new technology and transparency. For markets to function, People need to be able to search for financial record filings. Unfortunately, the HRT provision that's in H.R. 37 would make it so that public companies with revenues less than $250 million would not use standardized digital reporting when submitting paperwork to the SEC. We all benefit from standardized digital reporting. It's less physical paper. When done correctly, it should reduce costs, not increase costs, and investors benefit by being able to search in databases with regard to information. Unfortunately, this bill as written without the ISA amendment would reverse the progress towards transparency and towards efficient markets that we've made since 2009 when the SEC implemented a trial program that allowed companies to submit their report in digital format. So digital formatting helps businesses, helps investors, can actually reduce costs when the tools are available to do it correctly. This amendment would simply strip the HRT language out of H.R. 37 and improve the bill, and I urge my colleagues to allow a vote on this amendment.
You've now heard the amendment from the gentleman from Colorado. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call vote, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, no. Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, the Vice Chair of the community, Ms. Fox. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Gentlewoman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? Aye. Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, aye. Ms. Slaughter? No. Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. Hastings? No. Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis? No. Mr. Polis, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
7 yeas, 3 nays.
The motion is agreed to. I want to thank all the members of the committee. I am well aware that this is a difficult hearing. I'm well aware that a lot of staff time went into this. I'm well aware also that a number of the members of this committee had lots of things they wish they were doing other than sitting here, or at least Mr. Stivers wishes that. But with that said, the committee had a duty and an obligation, and I believe our witnesses, in many instances, took the clues directly from the members. I think that we were judicious. I think we were careful. I didn't agree everything said. I'm not sure you had to or not, but I thought we handled all the witnesses very well, and I appreciate us making this committee work to the betterment of the body, and I think that that is what we're about. I will be handling this for the majority. Mr. Polis, my dear friend, as we refer to each other from Colorado, will be handling this for the Democrats. I do not anticipate nor expect that we will have further work this week up at the committee, and so we have now completed our work from the day, and I thank you very much.